I mean, school, I mean, does it have a sign that says, because I don't remember ever seeing.
I need to go get a pad of paper. Go grab me a pad of paper, because I think we're fixing to start. Yeah, just. She's already mad, so it doesn't matter.
Firm for engineering firm, right?
Let go of the event today, and John came pick me up. My clothes are in my bag.
You finally done with you going back to mama? Used to live work out in the basement. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, you know, you need to make sure to regale me with that tale at some point. 'Cause I'm very curious.
How do you think this trip is paid for?
Do we not have to get up here anymore? We can present from here?
Oh.
We can present from here? Oh, well, it's up there. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing there. Oh, it's been a while, longer than that since I went by.
All right, good morning. I'm Judge Van Wyck, and I'll be hearing the major development order quasi-judicial hearings today. Forgive my voice. I'm just at the very beginning of a cold, and I hope it doesn't get too bad. I promise not to breathe on any of you. So we do have a full agenda today, so let's jump right in. The first item on the agenda, Tucker Bayou PUD, I understand there's a request just to continue it.
Yes, Your Honor. Brooke Davis on behalf of the county. At this time, the request is to continue that to the next scheduled agenda. It didn't go through Planning Commission last week like was anticipated.
Okay, all right. I assume there's no opposition to it.
No,
Okay.
it was going to be stipulated by the applicant.
All right, so we'll show Tucker Bayou PUD, that's MAJ 25-000054, as continued to next month's agenda. So then we'll take up
Clerk, what's the date for that? You should make sure that we have the date on the record, Judge. January 22nd at 9 o'clock. And then, Your Honor, there's a request from number 7 on the agenda, AA Auto Salvage and Storage. It's project number MAJ 23-100003. There's a request to move that up the agenda to be directly after number 2 on the docket, Hunter's Village.
Is there any objection? That's all right. You're going to need to come up to a microphone, though.
We're number 2 and number 4.
Okay.
I'd rather, I mean, could we make it after number 4 so we're not here all day?
Okay. I'm seeing a nod in the affirmative in the audience. Okay. All right. So without objection, then we're going to move number 7 to the number 5 position, or at least after number 4. Okay. Great.
That's the
Anything
only
else
procedural
preliminarily?
announcements.
Okay. Thank you. All right, then let's take up Hunter's Village subdivision, number 2 on the agenda. And this one is MAJ 25-000045. If the parties would please make your appearances for the record, beginning with the county.
Brooke Davis on behalf of the county, Your Honor.
Half Hunter's Village.
All right, and Mr. Shipman, can you give me your address, please?
2063 South County Road 395, Santa Rosa Beach, 32459.
Thank you. All right, the county want to proceed with your presentation first?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, I would recall Ms. Ayanna Reed to the stand.
All right, Ms. Reed? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, and please state and spell your name for the record.
Ayanna Reed, Ayanna, Reed, Reed.
Thank you. Just to facilitate things, is there a stipulation to Ms. Reed's area of expertise?
Ms. Reed has previously been able to testify as an expert in this forum, as an expert in the area of planning.
Okay. Thank you. So Ms. Reed is accepted as an expert in planning. Okay. Thank you. All right, you may proceed, Ms. Davis.
Move this out of the way because I'm gonna knock it off.
Thank you.
Ms. Reed, can you tell me where you work
I work for Walton County Planning and Development Services.
and how long have you worked there?
About a year and a half.
And in that role, have you become the planner that is reviewing Hunter's Village?
Yes.
Can you explain what exactly Hunter's Village is?
So Hunter's Village is a subdivision under a major development order application. The applicant, Nautilus Civil Engineers, on behalf of Hunter's Road LLC, they're requesting to develop a 31 single-family lot subdivision on 9.67 acres.
What's the future land use category for this?
The future land use is residential,
And what's the current zoning?
low-density residential 4:1.
Has there been any prior process before this current major application that's been applied for this?
There has been. There was a future land use map amendment application prior to this.
And what happened in that?
My understanding is that under that application, the applicant was requesting for a change to the land use, the future land use map, and a rezoning. So prior to the low-density residential 4:1 designation that we see today, the parcel was previously zoned as conservation residential. So under that application, they successfully received approval for the rezone to low-density residential 4:1.
So when did this application, when was it received by the county?
This application was received, let's see here, June 20th, 2025.
Did it go through the technical review committee?
Yes.
And when did that happen?
Looks like the first date, according to the staff report, was July 23rd, 2025.
Did the technical review committee have any comments?
It appears that they did. Based on the previous actions in the staff report, it was continued by the technical review committee. So typically, when a project is continued, there were some concerns that needed to be addressed.
Have all those concerns been addressed at this point?
Yes,
So at this point, a technical review committee has approved the project,
recommendation for approval. Yes,
and then it went to planning commission.
correct.
And what was planning commission's recommendation?
Approval.
Did they cite any basis for that?
Give me one moment here to pull up the staff report from the Planning Commission. I'm not seeing any notes from the Planning Commission staff report as to why they approved, other than the fact that they believe that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code.
In this case, Eglin Air Force Base reviewed the application, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain their comments?
So Eglin's comments, if you're looking at the staff report for today's ALJ meeting, those comments are technically irrelevant to this particular request because Eglin's comments were based on the map amendment with rezoning change that we spoke about a moment ago. Their concern was regarding, at the time, under that particular zoning, which they do state in their comment of conservation residential, there were concerns about development within that area because the parcel does fall within a military training route. Hence, that was also a part of why the project sought the rezoning application, and that led to where we are today. So technically, those comments have been addressed under the current zoning, and we moved the application forward.
So because the Board of County Commissioners has already approved that rezoning, then technically you're saying it was addressed under your planning knowledge?
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm going to interrupt for just a second. So it appears that the Air Force Base's objection is really to the rezoning of the property from conservation residential to the low-density residential. And that is, I guess,
Yes.
why you refer to the comments as irrelevant. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Reed, can you explain the access points to this site?
Yes, so the access, there are two access points to the site. One via Nellie Drive, where the north entrance is private right-of-way, and the south entrance is public right-of-way. And there's also two via Archers Point Road. And on Archers Point Road, the east and west entrances will be improved public right-of-way. So we're talking about a total of 4 access points.
So are there improvements required to any of these roads in order to make this project compliant with the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan?
Yes, to Archers Point Road to the south.
And that requirement is referenced in your staff report?
Yes.
Are there any wetland impacts?
There are wetland impacts. According to the staff report and our environmental planner's review, specific wetland impact is 0.49 acres will be impacted of a total of 2.59 acres of wetland on site.
And is that impact, is that allowed under the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan?
It is allowed. We do have standards where we are addressing impact to wetlands. We also include in our conditions of approval within the staff report that the developer is responsible for obtaining any wetlands permits from the state that would allow for compliance. And also, there are density transfer requirements that we allow for with wetland impacts. in our code.
So in your planning review of this site, is there anything about that wetland impact that would exceed or go against the land development code or the comprehensive plan?
Not according to our environmental planner review.
Let's talk about the stormwater management system for a minute. Has it been designed to meet the minimum requirements of land development code?
Yes.
Does the outflow meet the mosquito control requirements?
Yes, it does. It does. And we also have comment from Mosquito Control District allowing for the improvement of that road. So that way there isn't any impact to that mosquito control access.
All right, let's talk for a second as far as infrastructure goes. What's the requirements for the land development code for water and sewer service?
So for water and sewer service, it really depends on whether it's commercial or residential. For commercial uses, there's definitely a requirement to be connected to central water and sewer services. In this case, the regional utilities would be the provider of that site, and the applicant has proven that they will have that availability to support the infrastructure of the subdivision.
This isn't commercial, right? This is residential?
This is residential.
Okay, and
Correct.
the water and sewer that's offered meets the requirements of the land development code?
Yes, per the water and sewer letter from regional utilities, this subdivision will be able to, their water services will be able to meet the capacity standards and requirements for the parcel in the project.
Have you noticed any engineering concerns as to the sufficiency of the infrastructure under the land development code?
Let's see. No. No.
Does the Walton County Land Development Code, does it require any sidewalks to be put in? Okay. Can you explain what's anticipated on this particular project to be built?
Give me one moment to pull up the site plan. So as I mentioned earlier, we're looking at a total of 31 lots. Single-family homes, there are some sites with reduced rear yard setbacks. Open space calculations have been accounted for. As I mentioned earlier, the access points are there. Sidewalks will be built along Archers Road, Archers Point Road, and Recurved Way. So the accessibility has been accounted for on the site. There are also sidewalks, actually everywhere on the site, between homes and along the public right-of-way and along the private right-of-way. Does that answer your question?
So does the sidewalks that are proposed on the site, is that sufficient to meet Walton County Land Development Code?
Yes.
Are there any other environmental concerns noted on this site?
Not per our environmental planning review, and besides the wetland impacts that we discussed earlier.
Is there any preservation required on the site?
There is preservation required for open space, per our open space requirements. Give me one moment to check the staff report. Okay, per our environmental planner for vegetative communities, no preservation is required. There's also no preservation buyout requested by the applicant.
You mentioned that there's a few lots that have some reduced setback on the lots. Is that for preservation?
That is also for preservation,
But
lots
it's,
1 and 2.
but it's not required under the Walton County Land Development Code.
Well, we do have preservation requirements as it relates to common area, but to account for the common area and open space requirements, the applicant needed to reduce the rear yard setback for those 2 lots to meet those requirements.
Is it just 2 lots?
Yes, lots 1 and 2 on the site plan.
So, you've prepared a staff report for this project. That's what you've been referencing?
Yes.
At this time, I'd ask to move the staff report into evidence with the inserts and any public comments. That was stipulated a few moments ago by Mr. Shipman.
Yes, as stipulated, County Exhibit 1, the staff report with inserts is admitted.
Now, have you proposed, or have you prepared a proposed final order for this project?
I did, yes.
Did you include conditions for approval at some of those things that we've mentioned a few moments ago?
Yes.
And are those conditions that you gleaned from compiling your staff report?
Yes.
And at this time, I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, thank you. And do you have questions for this witness? Okay, go ahead. Mr. Shipman.
So, ma'am, just to be clear, based on first of all, when the Walton County Planning Department reviews an application, it's not just you as a planner, it's also engineering, you get a survey, you have multiple disciplines review it.
Correct.
And based on that review done by the multi-disciplines in the Walton County Planning Department, it is your opinion that all of the land development requirements of the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan have been met, subject to the conditions
Yes.
that will be put in the order.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have for this witness.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Shipman, when you're ready.
Judge, I would like to, maybe do you have, I would like to, the last time we were here, we tried submitting them individually and they got kind of jumbled up and you didn't really have a organized set to look at. So what I'd like to do, we put them all in a notebook, and
All
I'll
your
be
exhibits?
admitted,
Is that what you're referring to? Okay.
yeah, and I'll admit them. I'll call out the number, but just for ease of reference, exhibits 1 through 1I will be under Melissa Ward as a witness. Exhibits 2, 3, and 4 will be under the environmentalist. And the remainder of the exhibits, which is 6 through 14, will be under the engineer. And our presentation will be based on 3 witnesses based on the disciplinary or the expertise of each of the witnesses. So with that, I'd like to give you the notebook. We are going to use this to mark into the record, but this way you have it while we're talking about it.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the the clerk also has a copy of whatever you're submitting into evidence. So. Okay, you've got it? All right, great. Any objection to the exhibits being offered by the applicant?
No, Your Honor, I'm aware of the exhibits and I would stipulate it this time.
Okay, great. All right, so give me yes, go ahead, you can approach. All right, so at this time, the applicant is offering exhibits 1 through 14. I understand there's subparts, but it's 1 through 14, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so applicant's exhibits 1 through 14 are admitted at this time.
All right. And we would call Melissa Ward.
All right, Ms. Ward.
would you tell the court your...
Hold on. We're going to swear in first, okay? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Melissa Ward, W-A-R-D.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Now, Mr. Shipman, you may proceed.
Ms. Ward, would you share with the court your background and certifications, starting with your education and work experience and any certifications you hold in the area of land planning?
And to facilitate, and I have accepted her as an expert in the past, so just let's find out if we can facilitate some of that with any stipulations. Is there a stipulation from the county?
Yes, Your Honor. I think Ms. Ward's previously been identified as an expert in this forum regarding land planning and also as the Walton County Land Development Code.
All right. Are those the areas you want to offer her in today, Mr. Shipman?
Well, also as the Walton County Comprehensive Plan, I think you meant to include that, but yes.
Okay. Is that a yes from the county?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. All right. So at this time, I will accept Ms. Ward as an expert in land planning, the Walton County LDC, and the comprehensive plan. You may proceed.
Ms. Ward, what have you reviewed in preparing to render opinions here today?
I reviewed the project application, the submitted exhibits to that application, including civil plans, environmental reports, traffic reports, and other submitted documents, and the comprehensive plan for compliance with the comprehensive plan and the land development code.
And
Walton County.
as part of that review, did you prepare a compliance report, which is Exhibit 1?
I did.
And does that compliance report provide a summary of your review as to a land planner regarding compliance with elements of the Comprehensive Plan Land Development Code?
It does.
And we're going to start with an overall opinion, then we'll go to the individuals. What is your opinion? And I'm going to exclude environmental and engineering. Those people will testify as to their own review. Do you have an opinion within your expertise as a certified land planner whether or not this development meets the requirements of the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan?
After reviewing the submitted civil plans and application, it is my opinion that this development meets the requirements of the Walton County Land Development Code and is consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Okay. I'd like to go through the elements of requirement, if we could, each individual element. And let's start with the comprehensive plan and its policies. What policies would impose requirements on this development, and how do we meet those requirements?
Yes, so as you heard from previous testimony, this property had previously been conservation residential and converted to low-density residential. So policy L-1.4.1D, low-density residential in the comprehensive plan under objective L1.4. It is consistent with that in that the density does not exceed 4 units per acre, and that because it's under that particular zoning district, and that it does support the county's objective to encourage residential development that would also support a range of housing types.
Then there was I'm going to jump ahead, but there was some questions earlier about the Eglin comments, and the testimony was that it was based on the prior zoning requirement. Could you elaborate a little bit about why do we even have Eglin comments, and what effect do they have, if any, on the county commission?
In response to his original email or statement for the development order application, his original comment was related to their objection to the amendment. The objection to the amendment was the Eglin Air Force Base did a J-list study a number of years ago, well over 10 years ago.
A what study?
Joint land use study with Okaloosa and Walton County. And that was some recommendations from that study was adopted into the Walton County Comprehensive Plan. Those recommendations are a collaborative with Eglin, but not a responsibility or obligation with Eglin. And therefore, they can make recommendations on our land use amendments and possible development applications, but they are, the county is not required to adhere to their recommendations.
I'd like to jump to the land development code. Could you share with the court what sections of the land development code impose requirements on this development, what they are, and how we meet them?
So the Land Development Code has a numerous section. Section 2 is your zoning districts. Section 3 is concurrency. Section 4 is resource protection. Section 5 is development requirements, and those are the most applicable to this development. The Land Development Code in Section 2.0213 is for low-density residential. This is a zoning district that allows 4 units to the acre. It allows for single-family homes and no non-residential capacity. So the development is very simplistic, and it's meant to be residential subdivisions. And based on that, this development does meet that requirement. The Section 4 relates to, and I'm sorry it skips around, I apologize for that. Section 4.0103 is about density transfer, transferring density out of wetlands onto the uplands. And this density is, was alluded to in the previous testimony that when you impact some of the wetlands, there is a reduction in density from 4 to 1 to 1 per 20 acres. That was calculated into the density calculations for a total of 31 for this 9.67 acres. The density transferred is then memorialized by putting the wetlands and adjacent buffer into a preservation common area that becomes the preservation that was spoke of again previously, where lots 1 and 2 has a reduced setback based on it abutting preservation common area. That is found in Section 5.0003 under setback requirements for building subdivisions. We further go to the parking requirements under Chapter 5. This is, again, these are detached single-family homes. The parking requirements for detached single-family homes is 1 per 900 square feet, which will be determined at the building permit stage as they apply for building permits for each of the lots. The houses under the development application proposed to be approximately 3 stories, less than 50 feet, 40 feet is on the site plan. Again, meeting the height requirement section under Chapter 5 for 50 feet or less. And then Chapter 3 is about concurrency. There will be multiple discussion about that has to do with the engineer, but to speak very specifically, the Chapter 3 concurrency requirements that all projects must meet is transportation, water and sewer, parks and recreation, and solid waste. So to speak specifically on transportation, Mr. Shimon will call the engineer up who did this work.
Right.
To speak to solid waste, the county has an agreement with the waste company that handles that, and the code specifically reiterates that there is a presumption of capacity as they annually review that contract. To speak to parks and recreation, there is a requirement for residential subdivisions to dedicate 5% of their land or to pay 6% of the value of the land at the time of platting. This will be determined if the project is approved, it will be determined at the plat stage at 6%, as they are not dedicating 5% of the land in this application. And so that would be a condition of approval. The so potable water and sanitary sewer service is provided by regional utilities, which is provided or as shown in an exhibit of the water and sewer letter submitted at application.
Are there any other requirements for this development other than under engineering and environmental?
I believe we've covered the chapters.
I don't have any further questions of this witness at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Shipman, you would call your next witness.
But I'll leave it here.
We would call the environmentalist,
Welcome.
Hi.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And please state and spell your name for the record.
Austin Roberts, AUSTIN ROBERTS.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Shipman, you may proceed.
Mr. Roberts, could you tell the court what you do for a living?
I am an environmental consultant with Icarus Ecological Services.
What was it again? The acres?
Icarus Ecological Services.
Spell that for me.
ICARUS. Ecological. You want me to spell?
No,
Okay,
it's
sorry.
the Icarus part. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
And how long have you been an environmentalist?
Almost 4 years.
And what is your background?
I have a bachelor's degree in environmental science from Thomas University.
Have you always worked as an environmental consultant since graduating from college?
Yes, sir.
We would tender him as an expert in environmental issues.
All right, Ms. Davis.
Do you have any other training since leaving college that would further your background?
Yes, I've taken a few certification courses in wetland soils, wetland delineation, wetland soils specifically from the Florida Association of Soil Scientists.
Approximately how many projects at this point would you estimate that you've handled regarding environmental evaluations?
20, 25, 30, a lot.
In 4 years?
Yes.
Have you prepared reports regarding those evaluations?
Yes.
How intensive are those reports to create?
They involve on-site assessments, review of listed species, ranges, soil reviews through NRCS, creating exhibit maps, creating plant lists for habitats on site, reviewing any local codes, specifically like protected trees, wetland setbacks, stuff like that.
You know, I don't have any other questions at this time. I would tender him.
Okay. You're tendering him as an expert, you said, in environmental issues.
Yeah, really, we're tendering him as an expert regarding the environmental assessment that he did on the property.
Well, I need an area of expertise, though. So is it
performing environmental assessments for purposes of use and obtaining permits and development for properties in Walton County? He's an expert environmentalist. Let's just put it that way.
expert in environmentalism, environmental issues?
Environmental assessments.
Ms. Davis. Mr. Roberts, have you ever been accepted as an expertise in any field?
Not at this time, no.
Well, Mr. Roberts, have you actually testified as an expert in environmental assessments actually in this very forum?
Yes, I have.
So you were accepted as an expert in this very
Understood.
forum.
I misunderstood.
All right, what was the area of expertise? Do you remember? Was it environmental assessments? Was it environmental issues?
And performance of environmental assessments.
Okay, I don't recognize that as an area of expertise. Ologies, we try to keep it within, an area of science and planning, that's the kind of thing I'm used to,
think
so.
Before we present him generally as an expert in the area of environmental land assessment, which would be an environmentalist.
Do you have, Ms. Davis, do you have an objection to him being accepted as an expert in environmental science?
No, Your Honor, I would not.
All right, will that work for you,
Yes.
Mr. Shipman?
Yes,
All right.
ma'am.
All right, so accepted.
Did you perform an environmental assessment on the property that is subject to this proposed development order?
Yes.
And kind of described it, but would you again go over specifically what did you do to perform an environmental assessment on this particular piece of property?
Yes, so we went on site and delineated out the wetland line through vegetation and soil pits. We also did listed species surveys, both desktop and through limited transects of the site. We also did review of the soil composition on site, provided maps, provided plant lists for habitats on site.
So in other words, let's start with the wetlands. When you delineate, you're talking about you're demonstrating on the property where the wetlands are on the property.
Correct. We assess the extent of wetlands on site.
And to do that, do you review and take samples of the actual plant life and soil composition in certain areas?
So yes, we just review vegetation that is on site at the time of our assessment. We also dig soil pits and review those soil pits for any hydrologic indicators that they are hydric soils or not.
And is that the standard accepted method for determining locations of wetlands?
Yes.
In other words, it's not just going out there looking and seeing where the ground is wet.
No, sir. This is based on both the FDEP's methods and the Army Corps' wetland methodology.
And so on, like, for example, soils, you identify the specific type of soil.
Yes.
Right. Now, when you talk about endangered species, are you actually on site looking for species of, I guess it'd be both plant and animal life that would be on an endangered list?
So normally what we do is we do a desktop review going through ranges of endangered species based on the location of the site. We then produce a list of what could potentially occur. We then go on site and review to see if there is any habitat on site. And then if there is, we then review that habitat to see if there's any individuals on site.
And did you find any endangered species on this site?
At the time of our review, no.
I noticed in your report you have architectural and cultural resources. What do you do for that?
So we reach out to the Florida, the master site file, and we give them the boundary, and they run it through a search, and they send us back if there are any recorded previously.
And I guess while you're actually on site, you also look to observe if there's anything that would be indicative of architectural.
Yes, if we do notice anything, we do note it. If we do see it on site.
And you found nothing on site?
At the time of our review, no.
Hazardous materials and contamination, do you look for that?
Yes.
Did you find anything on the site that would be indicative of there being hazardous materials or contamination on site?
None at the time of our review.
And then did you prepare a report of your findings?
We did prepare a environmental narrative for, because we were assisting with the permitting, so we did prepare an environmental narrative.
And what we have marked as Exhibit 2, which is entitled Ecological Resources Consultants, Inc., Environmental Assessment, Mr. John King, is that the report you prepared?
No, this is the report we reviewed, and then we went on site to confirm the conditions of this report.
Okay, so there had already been one done.
Correct, and yes.
And was that one done as part of, or do you even know why that one was done?
I am not aware of why it was conducted.
Okay, and that was fairly recently in time.
Yes, this was completed in 2023.
Right.
And we conducted, we reviewed the report and then went on site and make sure the conditions were still present in the April this year.
So in other words, you went out there, you took this report, you reviewed it.
Yes.
Then rather than reinventing the whole thing, you went out on site and confirmed that the previous findings from 2023 were still what existed.
Correct.
So if, for example, a gopher turtle had moved in onto the site, you would have noted that in
Correct.
the updated report.
Yes, we would have updated, or we would have, yes.
Or if somebody had dumped barrels of oil or something out
Correct.
there, you would have noted that.
Yes, sir.
And then what, was this then turned over to the engineer for use?
Yes.
All right. So after that, your role was done?
In the manner of the county, yes.
That's all I have for this witness. Thank you.
Ms. Davis, do you have any questions for this witness?
I'll just do it from here if that's
Okay.
easier for everybody.
Good.
So your environmental review, your report was prepared on August 26th. Is that my understanding
August 20.
of this year?
That's when we completed our review, yes.
And you said that you did your on-site observations in April of this year?
Yes.
Do your standards require any kind of updating to your on-site analysis as going forward?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Like, is there any requirements in doing your reviews that you do any kind of updated on-site analysis in any certain period of time, every 6 months, year, something like that?
No, there's no like dedicated requirement. It's just usually if it's been a few years, it's always good to check, double check these things.
So within your area of expertise, the review that you did in April of 2025 is sufficient grounds for an environmental assessment decision to be made today within this forum?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
We would call our next witness,
All right.
Curtis Smith.
Hi there. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is William Curtis Smith. I go by Curtis, my middle name. I am a professional engineer registered in the state of Florida, also in the state of Tennessee. However, that one's in inactive status at the moment. So I practice here in Florida and have only been practicing here in this region for the past 10 years or so, 18 years total from other parts of the country.
Mr. Smith, how many site plans have you done for subdivisions in Walton County?
It's a little hard to count them these days in Walton County specifically, probably in, aside from single family individual ones, probably in the 50-ish range.
How about in the Panhandle of Florida?
Probably closer to 100 to 200.
And has your opinion as an expert professional engineer in the area of, to say a professional engineer, been accepted in tribunals of local government for the determination of compliance with the requirements for a development permit?
Yes, sir, it has. I've also done expert witness testimony in cases before.
Okay. we would tender him as an expert, as a licensed professional engineer.
Your Honor, my recollection is Mr. Smith has been qualified as an expert in this forum in the realm of civil engineering.
I'll make it civil engineering,
Okay.
licensed professional engineer in the field
Okay.
of civil engineering.
All right, we have testimony that he is a licensed professional, registered professional engineer in Florida. I will accept him as an expert in civil engineering.
Mr. Smith, what was your involvement in performing work seeking a development order on this particular project?
We actually started this project with the rezoning back a year and a half or so ago. Conceptual plans all the way up from the original survey all the way through today to the end. So we've been involved in the entire process of original land planning, conceptual design, preliminary design, final design, stormwater analysis, traffic analysis, utility systems designs, pump station designs, everything pretty much on the plans.
So have you been involved in this project since at least early 2023?
Correct.
In terms of your work, did you actually prepare the site plan for this development?
Yes, sir, I did.
That is tab 8 in the notebook. Could you share with the court what exactly goes into a site plan and whether or not this site, let me back up. As part of your work as a civil engineer, performing work for developments for single-family homes in Walton County, are you familiar with the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan for Walton County?
Yes, sir, very intimately.
Is that a requirement for you to know those details in order to do site plans for developments here in Walton County?
Yes.
And if you would, share with the court what you did to develop this site plan and whether or not it complies with the requirements of the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan in Walton County.
So after getting the rezoning completed to a density of 4 units per acre, we did conceptual design. Well, first we did a topographic survey, environmental survey for wetlands, and then we did conceptual layouts to kind of look at the maximum lot yield weighed against the owner's desires of a lot layout and size of lots. We came up with a design that was significantly lower than the allowable density on this particular property, and due to the owner's desires to have a certain size lot and the conditions of the site, including the wetlands in the back. So that's where we kind of start to create the site plan, go through preliminary approvals with the owner, meet with the Walton County Planning Department with pre-application meetings, make sure there's no issues that anyone sees up front, and then when we continue on with the detailed design and
Let
engineering.
me stop you for a minute. What would be, based on the zoning, the rezoning, the amount of lots that could be approved for a piece of property this size?
So this particular one, not counting wetlands, had we not been impacting wetlands, I believe this one would have been up to 39 units. It's a little shy of 4 acres, or I'm sorry, of 10 acres. So it would have been 38 or 39. However, when we calculate those, we have to factor in wetland impacts at the reduced density we heard earlier at 1 units per 20 acres. So as we see in our site data table on the plan, the calculated allowable density calculated to 36.7 units. We originally had 32 units, but as we get through detailed design, we figured we needed more flood storage on this site, so we reduced it by yet another down to 31 units.
Okay, so we are below the allowable density to meet the requirements of the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan.
Yes.
Right. What else goes into preparing the site plan?
So after we get the general layout complete, we focus then on usually on stormwater management and how to handle that with pond systems. Becomes an iterative process. As I just mentioned, that we reduce some lots because of that. This particular site has floodplains on it as well, so we have to factor that in for flood compensation. So we balanced out fill as we went through the grading part of it in pond designs and stormwater systems.
And what is the requirement for stormwater retention on this development?
So normally it would be a 25-year attenuation plus the water quality requirements of both the state with Water Management District and Walton County. Because we discharge into the recognized mosquito control district, that increases attenuation to a 100-year storm rather than the 25-year. On this particular site, we actually went well above and beyond on this, and we did, because we knew the state requirements were changing for water quality, we went ahead and factored in a very intensive design and ended up with a permeable roadway system so that this site almost discharges zero runoff all the way up through the 100-year storm. So this is a uniquely very low impact stormwater design.
And are your calculations and your findings contained under Exhibit 13, the Hunters Village Subdivision Stormwater Management Plan?
Yes.
And so if one were to review this plan and understand engineering, you would be able to review it and determine that you meet the stormwater retention requirements under the Walton County Comprehensive Plan Land Development Code.
That is correct. We actually put a summary in the report to show the pre-development versus post-development conditions. That's page 7 of 9 of the report.
And when you do this report, where does it go?
It goes to the planning department with the development order submittal, and then it also goes to the Northwest Florida Water Management District for the environmental resources permit submittal.
So you actually have it approved by both the county and the state?
Yes.
And when we're talking about the environmental resources permit, we previously had the environmentalist up here who provided testimony regarding both the updating the original environmental assessment and then with their review in August 26, 2025. Did you utilize those reports?
Yes, that is correct. We utilized the original report that was written by ERC and then worked with the new environmental scientists to confirm that the wetland lines we utilized were good and in good standing.
And is that utilized both by you in doing your wetlands design as well as seeking the Northwest Florida Water Management District Environmental Resource Permit?
That is correct. We use them for the density issues and impacts for Walton County, and then we use them to do the environmental resources permit with the state, where we do dredge and fill drawings to show them exhibits on impacts and things like that.
And did you ultimately obtain a environmental resources permit from the Northwest Florida Water Management District?
We have on this project.
And that is tab number 4, or exhibit 4?
That is correct.
Now, do you also obtain or have a survey done to ensure that you are correct on the amount of property you're talking about and that the survey agrees with what you're asserting on wetlands?
Yes, that is correct. The surveyor updated his survey to reflect wetlands as they came in.
And that comes to you and you utilize it in preparation of your work?
Yes.
That would be exhibit number 6, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, do you do a traffic analysis as part of the work you perform?
Yes, we do a traffic impact analysis, and at times preemptively or as requested, do turn lane warrant analyses or intersection analysis. That was not on this one, but we probably did do a turn lane warrant look on this one.
Are you familiar with Florida statutes that provide that a development cannot be denied based on traffic.
Yes.
But you do a analysis for purposes of determining whether or not there is some sort of traffic control device or improvement to the road that needs to be done for your development.
Yes, that is part of the reason. Another part of the reason is simply for record keeping for Walton County Engineering. They keep a concurrency management system where it has projected out trips. So that's probably one of the primary purposes we do those now, is so that they can keep projected trips.
And I guess at one time, Walton County charged a mobility fee based on traffic.
That is correct. That is referenced in this report, that it would be subject to mobility, but it's been repealed since then.
All right. Your traffic report, is that exhibit number 11?
Yes,
And this was prepared by you,
that's correct.
and you submitted to Walton County as part of the planning department's review?
Yes.
Was there any concerns or disagreements expressed by the planning department on the traffic analysis?
No concerns on this one.
Okay. And there was no requirement for road improvements or traffic control devices?
No.
Did you perform a floodplain compliance review?
We did.
And what is a floodplain compliance review?
So there are certain sections of the Walton County Land Development Code that require floodplain compensation as well as an average maximum fill across a property. We do that as part of the iterative design of grading and drainage plans on these developments, where we balance out and we make sure that we have, we're adding back as much or greater volume of flood storage on the property as there was before the development.
And was that also submitted to the Walton County Planning and Department for review? And did they specifically provide comments back advising that you met the requirements? And that would be Exhibit 14.
Yes.
We talked a little bit about the requirement, or that a couple of these lots, they were reduced setback due to wetlands. Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
So I believe it was in 2019, maybe a little further since then, where Walton County Planning updated the Land Development Code to put buffer yards in common areas. And as part of that process, they also added a section that setbacks could be reduced to 5 feet. Because we're taking that out of the lot, it's effectively, and that goes especially to the 10-foot buffer areas, which this is, it effectively still leaves a 15-foot setback from the property line on the outside, but it's reduced to 5 from the common area of the platted lot. There are some provisions that needs to be a preserved open space, which it is on this project.
And do we meet the requirements under the site plan of preserving a sufficient amount of open space as required by the Walton County Land Development Code?
We do, and actually specifically, I don't think there's a specific open space preservation requirement on low density residential. It's a maximum impervious surface probably. But when we preserve wetlands or don't disturb them and transfer density, yes, we're meeting that requirement.
And we meet the requirement of not exceeding the maximum impervious surface.
Correct.
Were there any requirements under the Walton County Comprehensive Plan or Land Development Code from an engineering or environmental perspective? And I'm asking environmental because you're the one who utilizes the assessment to meet whatever the environmental requirements are. Is that correct?
Yes, and apologies if I can step back. There's actually not a maximum ISR for low density residential. I want to correct that. It's not a requirement. So, nor is there an open space. It's simply wetlands
Are there any requirements from an engineering or environmental perspective from the Walton County Comprehensive Plan or Land Development Code that have not, based on your opinion, as a licensed professional engineer practicing in civil engineering, that have not been met on this project?
They have all been met.
I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Davis, any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor, not at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
At this time, I know that the way we operated, I guess, our evidentiary portion is closed and then public comment comes in. We would reserve the right to provide a closing statement, and we would, we're done with our evidence at this point.
All right. And Ms. Davis, do you have anything further in rebuttal? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, so at this time, we'll close the evidentiary portion in the applicant's presentation, the county and the applicant's presentation, and I'll open up the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on the Hunters Village subdivision application? If you would please stand up and come forward. Going once, going twice. All right. All right, so there are no public comments. In light of that, then do either party wish to make a closing statement? Okay.
I would say is based on all the evidence presented by both the planning department and by the applicant, which are the parties to this proceeding. Everyone agrees that we have met all the requirements of the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan, and believe that the issuance of a development order is warranted. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we will close on quasi-judicial item number 2, Hunters Village subdivision. Ms. Davis, are you okay to just go straight into the next one? All right, let's see if there's a change up on the other side. Let people move their things around. All right. I'm sorry. Are you on this one? You're not on this one. All right. Are you ready? Is the clerk's office ready to proceed? Okay. All right. Let's take up agenda item number 3, Westonwood Ranch expansion. This is MAJ 25-000043. And for the record, Ms. Davis, for the county, you may proceed.
Your Honor, I would call Mr. Bob Baranti to the stand.
Okay. All right, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, and please state and spell your name for the record.
Robert Baranti, B-A-R-O-N as in Nancy, T-I.
Thank you. All right, you may proceed.
Baranti, where do you work?
I work for the Walton County Planning and Development Services.
And how long have you worked there?
Almost 10 years.
And what's your current job title?
I'm a senior planner.
Your Honor, in the interest of time, I will state Mr. Baranti has previously testified before Your Honor and been qualified as an expert in the areas of land planning, as well as the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan.
Right. I see that someone has stepped in and is seated at what we consider the applicant's table. Let me just get your name for the record. Are you representing the applicant?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is your name?
Rudolph Mall, M-A-L-L, but I go by Rudy. And I'm with Dewberry Engineers.
All right.
and I've not been sworn as an expert witness yet.
Well, we'll wait until your turn.
Yes, ma'am.
But I just wanted to make sure we had for the record who was representing the applicant.
Your Honor, to be clear, he's not a member
Not
of
an
the bar.
attorney. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Just had to find out who was there. All right. So you were offering Mr. Baranti as an expert in the areas of, let me hear it again.
Land planning and the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan.
So accepted.
Baranti, in your role as a senior planner, have you had the opportunity to review the project that's proposed today, the Westonwood Ranch expansion?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Can you explain to us exactly what Westonwood Ranch is?
Yes, ma'am. This is a major development application submitted by Dewberry Engineers Incorporated on behalf of Westonwood Ranch Incorporated, requesting to develop a private congregate care facility on 37.89 plus or minus acres. The project site has a future land use in the zoning category as estate residential. The property is located in Walton County District 1, located at 4384 and 4390 State Highway 20 West, and is identified by the parcel numbers in the staff report.
Okay, let's take a step back first. So what exactly is Westonwood Ranch?
It is a private congregate care facility.
It's something that's currently operating
That's
in
correct.
Walton County.
That's correct.
Okay.
It has received many development orders and through the years.
And so this is just an expansion of what's currently operating.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. So has this been through the technical review committee?
Yes, ma'am. It has. The application was submitted on June 13, 2025. On August 20, 2025, the TRC voted to recommend approval of this project, subject to all outstanding comments by a vote of 5-0. It was then resubmitted and all outstanding comments have been addressed. Once all outstanding comments were addressed on November 13, 2025, the planning was moved to the Planning Commission for the first public hearing, and the Planning Commission recommended approval of the project and move it to the hearing today.
You've had the opportunity to prepare a staff report regarding this, is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And in the preparation of that staff report, you've had the opportunity to work with many reviewers regarding this project. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Every project that comes through this process and through the regular process gets reviewed by subject matter experts, both on Walton County staff and external agencies.
And in looking at their reviews and compiling your staff report, has there been anything so far that has caused you pause as to whether this would comply with the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan?
None, ma'am.
As far as density, is that something that needs to be accounted for on this particular site?
No, ma'am.
What about impervious surface?
The impervious surface, the maximum allowed is 30%, and the agent and applicant are proposing a max of 5%, so it would meet the comprehensive land use plan.
Now, as far as height limits, Walton County Land Development Code has particular height limits that are in place regarding developments. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am. 50 feet, and the applicant is proposing approximately 30 feet or 2 stories.
And what about parking?
The applicant is required by the Land Development Code for this type of use to meet 13 spaces, and they are providing 14 spaces.
And now, the location of this site, there's been some environmental assessment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any wetlands located on site?
There is there is a slight impact to the secondary wetland buffer. On this site, there is approximately 1.05 acres of wetlands that will be disturbed, and the total wetland impact with the effect of the secondary wetland buffer would be 0.004 acres. The impacted wetlands create a wetlands intensity of less than 10%, which would meet the Walton County Land Development Code requirements. So there would be no concern from the impact,
Okay.
the minor impact.
Are there any floodplain concerns about this site?
No, ma'am.
And what about stormwater management?
Well, the stormwater management, that was addressed of the minor impact, but overall is it meets the land development code. There are no outstanding comments that would cause this not to meet the land development code. And if there was, it wouldn't be here today.
But how are they proposing to manage the stormwater that this expansion?
So the proposed stormwater management facility for the expansion consists of an incorporated dry retention pond system. Throughout the development, runoff will be conveyed to the retention area through sheet flow in a series of inlets and pipes. The proposed pond will be discharged back towards the on-site wetlands. The pond has a storage capacity of 6,408 square feet, which meets the minimum requirement of storage capacity.
As far as infrastructure goes, what's the land development code requirement for something like this?
Well, so the water that would be needed is available and would be provided by the city of Freeport. The sewer is unavailable from the city, so they would have septic. And then the transportation, there's no improvements required from the current existing site because of the de minimis impact of this.
Does Walton County require both water and sewer, or does the land development code allow for one or the other, and then?
In this case, it is acceptable for what they're proposing. It would meet the land development code.
Are there any sidewalks required on this site?
There is a contiguous sidewalk that goes through the current development, and they will extend that sidewalk to ensure that a 5-foot sidewalk will be throughout so that would meet the land development code also.
Are there any other special considerations about this project that would need to be taken into account in order to comply with the land development code or comprehensive plan?
Though it looks like there are a lot, there's 23 conditions of approval, but most of these, well, all of them are standard comments, mainly from the fire department, that makes it substantial number, but there's nothing really, anything out of the ordinary that would cause an issue. The Air Force did point out, though they did not recommend denial, that it may be a noise issue, but to protect the development, they have recommended that the development be soundproof per se. So, but that would be nothing that would affect the land development code or the comprehensive plan.
What are you saying as far as a noise issue, like a noise from on site or a noise from
the jets overhead?
But that's nothing that would prevent this development.
No, ma'am. That's a standard recommendation if it is in one of the flight zones, to just point out that, hey, you may want to take us into consideration for your development, but it's not an inhibitor to the development.
Have you prepared a proposed final order for the project?
Yes, I have, ma'am. It's included in the staff report.
Was there a correction that you wanted to make on that
Yes, ma'am. As we talked, other staff members helped me while I was out with a medical issue for my wife. But in the very bottom of the last page, there's the wrong project name. I'd like to correct that and send it to you and to Miss Owens, the clerk, to forward it to the judge.
Okay, so, on page 10 of 14, is that?
Let
where
me
you need to correct?
find the exact page for you, ma'am.
Oh, no, so I guess it would be, if it's the very last page, page 14.
Yes, in the last paragraph, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Don't know its page. It's under the recommendation. We would switch this project's name with the erroneous one that's in it. It was just the Scrivener's error. I will do that as soon as I'm dismissed and then forward it.
All right, with that correction, are you moving in the staff report as well?
At this time, I'd request to move the staff report into evidence with the inserts and public comment.
So at this time, I'm admitting County Exhibit 1, the staff report with inserts. All right, anything further?
Mr. Baranti, in your review and your expertise within the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan, and as well as the in land planning, are you comfortable with the statement that this project complies with both the Walton County Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan?
Yes, my professional opinion is that we believe that this is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so we don't have an attorney for the applicant. Let me just ask you, Ms. Davis, did you want to call any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, not at this time.
Mr. Mall, did you want to make a statement? Or are you just here for questions? Or? Okay. All right. Let me just double check. Ms. Davis, do you have any questions for Mr. Mall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You can come on up then, Mr. Mall. It's all right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, and please state your name for the record. I know we've already got you earlier, but now as a witness.
Sure. Rudy Mall, M-A-L-L, with Dewberry Engineers.
Thank you. All right, you may proceed.
Mr. Mall, how long have you worked with Dewberry Engineers?
Approximately 7 years.
And what's your current job title?
Project manager.
Do you have any professional licenses?
Yes, ma'am. I have my professional engineer's license for approximately 2 years now.
And approximately how many projects have you worked on in those 2 years?
In Walton County or just general?
Just general.
In the range of probably 100 to 200.
Have you ever offered expert testimony?
No, ma'am.
Where did you go to college?
Florida Atlantic University.
And what degree did you attain?
I got a Bachelor in Science and Civil Engineering.
Prior to receiving your professional engineer license, did you work in this field?
Yes, I've worked for Dewberry for 7 years. So after I graduated, I started at Dewberry and I've been there since.
And what were your prior job titles with Dewberry?
They were staff engineer. Well, before that it was graduate engineer, and then staff engineer, and then project manager is where I'm at currently.
And working through those roles, have you focused in civil engineering?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to me a little bit more of exactly what kind of work history that you had during those roles? What did you do as a civil engineer in those things?
Sure. As a project manager, or as a staff engineer, or as a graduate engineer?
A little of each.
A little of each? Okay. Well, beginning as an engineer, you kind of start with stormwater design in my experience. So root of my knowledge is in stormwater and site civil design. And then from there, we kind of branch our knowledge into transportation, utility. as well as planning. And so at the project management level, I've kind of encompassed all those together and manage projects and certify and oversee the design during construction.
When you say certify, exactly what would that entail?
It would be the professional engineer seal.
What would it take to get that, for
Oh.
you to put your stamp on something? What does it require?
The steps to get the actual
Right.
license.
No. If you have a project that comes before you that you want to put your stamp on it, what does it take to say, yep, I think this is good to go?
Well, every company's different through their QA/QC process, but we have multiple steps that we run through internally through other staff engineers that review our work and make sure that we go through a 30, 60, 90% review process before we give anything to our clients or out issue for permits.
So you're saying there's peer review, more or less?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever had?
I'm going to interrupt her. I'm going to try to help you. I think what she's asking you is, are there standards that the project has to meet that you're reviewing in order for you to be able to certify it?
Yes,
Are
there
there
are.
engineering standards?
Yes, there are. Yes. Certain local and state and federal.
Have you ever had a project that has in the peer review that you believed was sufficient, but someone else said it wasn't?
Yes, that's pretty common in our field.
Your Honor, I'd ask at this time to offer him as an expert in the area of civil engineering. I believe he's shown sufficient checks and balances in his review process, as well as his work history and education to show that he has sufficient background.
So accepted.
All right. Mr. Mull, at this time, I'd ask you to just provide a bit of a narrative to Her Honor regarding this project and exactly what the proposal is today, if you can.
Absolutely. So the request today is obviously have approval for this major development order, and the purpose of this is to provide an expansion to a program that is trying to increase the independence and confidence of these individuals who are having disabilities with evolving. And so the goal here is to provide a successful transition from transition into adulthood. Sorry, I got their mission statement here that I'm trying to read. So after going through the multiple permit review processes, TRC and Planning Commission, we strongly believe that the project meets the local land development code and the county comprehensive plan.
Small, can you explain exactly what Westonwood Ranch is as a whole?
As a whole, yes, it's what we keep calling it as a private congregate care facility. So
how about in layman's terms? What does that mean? What is it?
It's so I don't know if you're familiar with the Westonwood development and what they do there.
Yeah, remember I live in Tallahassee.
Okay. So I'll try to paraphrase here, but so Westonwood Ranch, it offers a unique learning curriculum to improve life skills and pre-vocational skills to young adults with developmental differences.
Okay.
Program participants will have the opportunity to engage in a vast variety of skill sets and activities. Similar to a college model, the participants will have direct input into their unique learning curriculum by selecting from and participating in an array of diverse classes. The goal of the program is to increase independence, gain self-confidence, obtain gainful employment in the community, and successfully transition into adulthood. The proposed development will be a private care facility for adults with learning disabilities.
Okay, so they live on site, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if recollection serves me, you provided a presentation to the Planning Commission regarding
Correct.
this.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm asking at this point, if you can provide that synopsis to Her Honor.
So the owner was at the meeting for the planning commission, and she provides a really well mission statement on what she's trying to provide, where I, the engineer, just try to stick to the rules and guidelines on the site design. So kind of relaying the message that Miss Wood was promoting. I'd have difficulty kind of relaying that. So I kind of threw in some mission statements here to kind of hopefully address her.
I'm
her
asking site
intention.
specific, because you completed the site design for this project, is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me what went into designing the site and what you settled on as far as what the design would look like.
Sure, absolutely. So the overall design, it includes 7 single unit cottages. And so those are like the Katrina style cottages that are furthermost north. And so those are kind of going to be the more individual feeling kind of homes where they'll have, their own separate kind of standalone structure they can go to. The rest of the buildings are going to be like dormitory style. So there's going to be 2 8-unit dorms, or I'm sorry, 8-unit buildings that are the same exact style. And then there's going to be 2 4-unit buildings too. So that is a total, and there's also a 16-unit dormitory building that's going to be furthest to the west. And so the total number of units is around 47. And then there's also going to be a large multi-purpose building for recreational use, like gatherings and assemblies like that. And the development is approximately 1,000 feet west of the existing facility that they have there now, where they have students or young adults there that they teach and mentor. So the development is going to basically tie into that existing road that serves that development that's already there, and kind of carry off and kind of go into the back side of the property and kind of create like a living area for them.
Okay, thank you.
And in your design of this, and your area of expertise as a civil engineer, are you satisfied with any improvements that need to be done to that roadway? Can you explain that process of the infrastructure that you're going to be adding?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so the survey that's provided shows the limits of the asphalt that's been provided or already out there in the existing site. And just based on site visits and just knowledge of the site, we're going to utilize that existing asphalt. It's been paved, I don't know exactly, but it's been within the last 3 years that road has been paved. So the existing road's in great condition. And then we're going to carry off that terminating point and start our new road that provides access to the private.
I believe you were present in the room when Mr. Baranti testified. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he mentioned some concerns that Eglin may have voiced regarding potential noise impacts. Is that something that you've taken into account in making this design?
So I wanted to clarify on that. So Eglin was making the comment, kind of warning the applicant about noise, right? Not so much that there's a noise concern for Eglin, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So to address that, no, there's nothing been as far as the site design, how to limit the noise from the jets flying over. To answer that question, no.
Would it be kind of safe to say that living in this area, that jet noise is sort of just a cost of living here?
Yes, that's safe to say.
So it's not something that an engineer would typically take into account unless it's really something excessive that Eglin would note in their response to you.
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything else as far as this design that you feel that Her Honor would need to know in making her analysis of whether this would meet the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan?
At this moment.
I have no other questions this time, Your Honor.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mall.
Thank you.
Right, Ms. Davis, do you have anything further?
No, Your Honor, not at this time.
Okay. Then we will close the evidentiary portion of the Westonwood Ranch expansion project, and I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on the application for Westonwood Ranch expansion? If so, if you would please come forward at this time. All right, then seeing none, I will close the public hearing on application number 3. Ms. Davis, did you have anything else that you wish to close on? All right. Okay, then if we could, let's take a quick break. Let's take maybe 10 minutes for everyone to get comfortable again, and we'll resume then. The clock in the back shows 10:30, so let's resume at 10:40. Mm-hmm.
And then I watch all the stuff that he's doing. That's what it is. I was going, that's what I call it.
Assessment's just something that they make. I think their expertise. Licensing is as a result, so. Qualified in front of her, so that's where I thought we had to lay a little bit more. Yeah, yeah. I think that was the difference, was just making sure that we had a little bit for her to understand. Seasick, and I took some ginger. My brother told me, I was like, my mom was had cancer, and I would just.
I don't know what that drug was. It's Rosanna or Rosanna? I was promised that decades ago you could hit a bunch of cat and it would just land all out of the gun.
So I have a statement and I'm ready to do it.
Well, what I'll do is just get it with him and I felt so bad for that guy, so it's back up there and I'm like.
No,
So.
I won't get too busy.
I didn't think so. I felt like it won't take me long to lay your foundation and then we can move on. I would hope so. I would hope you have the expertise for that. Yeah, that's what it is. He might also end up, instead of doing vacations to Disney, might be doing to the public park.
I know, exactly. Living on the street.
Right.
Okay, well, I'll try to keep it.
That's right. I mean, you just gotta make sure that at least, she's got enough to make a decision. So, yeah, well, it's fine. I mean, I tried to look over her prior orders and see some of the stuff that she did, because she does a lot of like taking footnotes of like big, was not noted in the testimony or something. I know it goes, yeah. Yeah, that's what I always felt like was it's in the staff report, but
Unless somebody has a question.
It didn't seem like that. I had somebody in my office unhappy with something. She was super nice, but we talked and I was just like, you gotta have an attorney to do it. The biggest thing is just. Right, yeah, and that's a big, but she was like, the people that with their evidence failed because it wasn't really evidence, it was an evaluation of an evaluation. So, that's fine if you want to discredit somebody's discredit evidence, but then she either have your own substantive, you need to say, well, this is bad evidence, but what I've got is good evidence. They may not understand sitting back there, they may not understand.
Like people like me, we do not understand.
Right.
So guide me along slowly. see that? He's raising his rates.
Yeah, well, we gotta keep up.
What I'm doing now is the ones that I find annoying.
Is that how I keep getting those phone calls? That's how I get it. Actually, no, I can. Jeffrey. I know who you're talking about. I got the feeling about him after talking to him. And Melissa gave me a list.
This is the same guy twice as much. In my opinion.
Especially the Luxe Apartments, there's no reason for me to be here.
All right, let's come back to order. All right, thank you. Let's take up agenda item number 4. This is the Bay Grove Road Flex Space. And let me have appearances. I believe we have attorneys in both sides of this one. Well, not both sides, but the applicant and the county, if you would make your appearances for the record.
Brooke Davis on behalf of the county, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Shipman, and I got your address for the record last time.
I'm sorry, I can't. It's kind of pathetic.
That's okay, no problem. All right, and this is MAJ 25-000055. All right, Ms. Davis, you may proceed.
Waiting to make sure the clerk is satisfied.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Do we want a break to do that? I'm sorry. Okay. All right, Ms. Davis, you may proceed.
Your Honor, at this time, I would call to the witness stand Ms. Ayanna Reed.
Okay.
As Ms. Reed approaches, to be clear for the record, Ms. Reed has previously testified in this forum as an expert in land planning.
So, Ms. Reed, I'm just going to remind you that you remain under oath because I swore you in just about less than an hour ago, probably. All right, and so are you tendering her as an expert in land planning?
That would be my request, Your Honor.
All right, is there any objection? Okay, great. So, Ms. Reed is accepted as an expert in land planning.
Ms. Reed, can you state your name for the record?
Ayanna Reed,
And where do you work, Ms. Reed?
Walton County Planning and Development Services,
And what's your current job title?
Senior Planner.
In your role as a senior planner, is that how you've come in contact with the Bay Grove Road Flex Space?
Correct.
Are you the project manager on that?
Yes.
Can you explain to us a little more of what exactly this project is requesting?
Sure. So this is called the Bay Grove Road Flex Space. This is a major development order application submitted by Baker's Engineers LLC on behalf of FM 331 South Property LLC. The applicant is proposing to develop a 50,625 square foot building where there are 2 one-story buildings under one roof. That will be divided into several units for leasing, along with tenant space for a variety of general business uses and storage on 5 acres.
And what's the future land use for this parcel?
The future land use is commercial.
And what's the zoning category?
General commercial.
And so this is a fully commercial site that is requesting to go in on a a parcel that is zoned as commercial.
Correct.
Okay. When did the county receive this application?
County received this application in I do not have the dates in the staff report, but judging from my memory, it was received sometime in October, early October
Of 2025?
of 2025.
And when did this proceed to technical review committee?
This went to technical review committee on one moment to pull up that date.
Would it help if I showed you your staff report?
Oh, I do have it on there. Apologies. November 5th, 2025.
And what was the outcome of technical review committee?
It was unanimously approved.
And what about planning commission?
Planning commission was held on December 11th, 2025.
And what was the outcome of that?
Also unanimously approved.
Has there been any comments? Because my understanding that through this process, you're compiling a staff report with multiple other viewers. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And are there any comments that you've received from those technical reviewers?
Yes. As a part of the review process, yes.
Has there been anything that you've seen in preparing the staff report that would take this project out of compliance with the Land Development Code or Comprehensive Plan?
No.
Are there conditions that have been required for approval in order to meet the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan?
Yes, there are conditions which are outlined in the staff report and the final order.
My understanding, because this is a commercial project, we're obviously not worried about density. Is that correct?
Well, we are concerned about, well, not concerned, but we do, density. Sorry, I was thinking of ISR. Correction, yes, we are not taking density into account because density is for residential projects, and this is not.
But we're looking at impervious surface. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What would be allowed on site for this type of project?
So under the current zoning district of general commercial, we allow for a maximum impervious surface area or intensity of 50.6%.
And is the proposed ISR or impervious surface ratio, is that within the bounds of what's required under the Land Development Code?
Yes, it is. The applicant's proposing roughly 48% ISR.
And what about what we would call FAR, floor area ratio?
Can you repeat that question again?
Do we need to take that into account?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And what would be the allowances at this point?
Okay, so for the floor area ratio, under that general commercial zoning district, we allow for 100%. And the applicant proposes well less than that at 22%.
What about height? Are there certain requirements under the Land Development Code that structures would need to meet?
There are. Most of the time, we will receive projects that fall within a non-general commercial use where the height is typically 50 feet. But for this particular project, it being general commercial, per section 5.00.04.B.3, commercial and institutional uses may be permitted up to a maximum of 75 feet. except if further limited by any conditions placed by Eglin Air Force Base in their military influence area. So with that being said, the allowance would be 75 feet in this particular case.
And what's the proposed height?
The applicant is proposing a height of 25 feet or 1 story, which complies.
What about parking?
As for parking, under the general commercial zoning, and based on the uses that are proposed for the site, we would allow for a maximum of 145 parking spaces, and that includes ADA accessible spaces.
Now, I know I'm anticipating the applicant will probably get into wetlands and the environmental a little bit more, but from a land planning perspective, are there wetlands on site?
There are wetlands on site, 2.54 acres of wetlands.
And what would be required to impact those wetlands? Are there state permits that would need to be acquired?
There are state permits that need to be acquired, and we place that responsibility on the applicant to reach out to the state to acquire their permits. And if those are approved, then they need to provide those copies of approval to us as the county.
Are there proposed wetland impacts for this?
There are. They're proposing to impact 2.32 acres.
That sounds like a pretty significant amount in comparison to the wetlands on site. Is that something that the land development code and comprehensive plan would take into account?
Yes, because of we would take that into account due to the density transfer requirements in our code that accounts for wetland impacts. And those calculations are shown under the additional comments section of the staff report.
Is there any road improvements or infrastructure improvements that are required in order to make this development consistent with the land development code and the comprehensive plan?
There are improvements per our county engineers. There was a condition of approval that was stated where the applicant will be required to coordinate with the Florida Department of Transportation for the proposed southbound right turn lane. And they would need to provide a copy of the associated civil plans and FDOT approval.
What about, is there any issues with the stormwater that's been notated in your analysis?
There are not any stormwater issues that I was made aware of. There was discussion about stormwater at the Planning Commission meeting. And for the stormwater, the applicant is planning for a 100-year event. But I have not received any updates or concerns from our engineers about that.
Is the 100-year event, is that what your planning analysis would require?
The engineering, yes, engineering analysis.
Okay.
That is not something the planners are typically looking at, so we rely on our engineers for that.
Is there any requirements as far as water, sewer, sidewalks, any other infrastructure that needs to be improved in order to make this compliant with the land development code or comprehensive plan?
For water and sewer, that's going to be supplied by the city of Freeport. Because it is a commercial project, there is a requirement for projects to be serviced by Central Water and Sewer. So that would be the closest municipality to supply that.
Is there any other special considerations about this project that would require any kind of consideration?
No.
And I don't have any other questions at this time. Or I would ask to move the staff report
Okay.
and the inserts and any public comments into the record as County's Exhibit 1.
All right, is there any objection to County's Exhibit 1? All right, so at this time, I'm admitting County's Exhibit 1, the staff report with inserts. Thank you. Excuse me. All right, Mr. Shipman, do you have questions for this witness? Okay.
I want to go back to the turn lane. Are you aware that DOT has already issued a permit for the design of the turn lane?
I was made aware by the applicant during the planning commission meeting, yes, but I have not received hard copies of that
All right,
approval.
but that's one of the conditional
Correct.
provisions.
Correct.
And I think you covered this, but when it is reviewed by the planning department for compliance with the comprehensive plan land development code, it's not just you as a planner. You have engineering review it, the county surveyor looks at it. There are multiple disciplines within the planning department itself that review and sign off on this.
Yes.
And each of their reviews is to determine whether or not each of the individual items in the comprehensive plan and land development code that fits under their expertise meets the comprehensive plan land development code.
Correct.
And based on that review by this whole group of people at the planning department, was it determined that this proposed development meets all the applicable, subject to conditions, meets all the applicable requirements of the comprehensive plan and land development code?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, do you have anything in redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Reed. And do you have anything further, Ms. Davis, from the
No,
county?
Your Honor.
All right. All right, let's hear from the applicant.
Like the last one we presented, for ease, I have a notebook with all the exhibits we're going to be admitting during the
Okay.
testimony so that it'll be easier for you to follow.
All right, and I see you've brought one for the clerk. Thank you. All right, Mr. Shipman, do you want to go ahead and move these into evidence?
Look, if you had a chance to look at them.
Your Honor, my understanding is this has already been uploaded into InterGov, so the county's had the opportunity to review. So at this time, I would have no objections.
All right, so at this time, I am admitting applicants' exhibits 1 through 15. Nope, sorry, 16. Is that correct, Mr. Shipman?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. You may proceed.
We would call Melissa Ward.
All right, Ms. Ward, I'm just going to remind you that you remain under oath, and if you would just state your name for the record.
Melissa Ward, W-A-R-D.
Thank you. Mr. Shipman, you may proceed.
Miss Melissa Ward, are you a certified land planner?
Yes, sir.
Want me to go through her credentials, or can we stipulate? We would move Melissa Ward in as an expert in land planning.
Okay, so accepted.
Your Honor, my understanding, Ms. Ward has been qualified as an expert in both land planning as well as the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan.
Right. Did you want to offer in all three of those areas? Okay. So
I would assume that land plan and comprehensive plan would fall under it, but I'll add that.
all right, so I am accepting Ms. Ward as an expert in land planning, as well as the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. All right, you may proceed.
Ms. Ward, what did you do to develop, well, first of all, do you have opinions regarding this project as to whether or not it meets the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan?
I do.
What is that opinion?
After a review of the application and site plan against the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code, including submitted exhibits at application, I find that this project meets the Land Development Code and is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan.
Did you prepare a planner's report regarding this project and its compliance with the Walton County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code?
I did.
And is that Exhibit 1 in your notebook?
It is.
And does that set forth all of your opinions regarding the requirements and the meeting of those requirements set forth on the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan, with the exception of those that would fall under the expertise of an environmentalist or an engineer?
That is correct.
And I guess we would move it in, but we've already stipulated.
Yeah,
all
it's
of
already
it.
in evidence.
Would you go through for the court your opinions, starting with the comprehensive plan, what are the requirements and how are they met on this project?
Yes, thank you. So again, Melissa Ward for Dunlap and Chipman for the applicant. The project is a 5.06 acres as provided or as shown in a survey done by FGS surveyors dated March 25th, 2025. And under parcel ID number 032 South 19 24,000 030000, located at the intersection of Bay Grove Road and US 331 and abutting to the rear Roland Boulevard. The property contains 2.54 acres of wetlands and 2.52 acres of uplands, as shown as on the survey on exhibit or the attachment A to the report. It is currently designated commercial under the future land use map, and it is zoned general commercial per policy L-1.5.1A and subject to the requirements of the Land Development Code under the zoning district general commercial section 2.02.15 of the Land Development Code attached as an exhibit to the report. So the request for the application is to develop 50,625 square feet of the proposed a two-story building under one roof. And this is consistent, because it is general commercial, it is consistent with the comprehensive plan objective to provide for a range of commercial uses at various scales and intensities compatible with surrounding uses to serve the needs of the neighborhood, objective L-1.5. The commercial category on the future land use map, it allows a multitude of uses, and it includes an FAR of 100% and an ISR of 85%. The general commercial category, it mirrors that same overall future land use district.
Could you use, I know you love the acronyms, but explain ISR.
I'm sorry, an impervious surface ratio and floor area ratio. The impervious surface ratio is the area of impervious on the site, and the floor area ratio is the building area compared to the area of the site, which means for a site that is 5.06 acres with a floor area of 100%, is a significantly large amount of space that's allowed. It's over 200,000 square feet, and it would, but this is only 50,000 square feet. It's actually only 22%. So in looking at the overall comprehensive plan.
Let me stop you.
Okay.
So basically, the impervious surface ratio requirement, we are less than 60% of what we're allowed.
Yes, I hadn't got to that part, but yeah.
Okay, if you haven't got to it, go ahead.
My apologies. Comprehensive plan has multiple policies in the future land use element, as well as the economic element to develop commercial businesses. And 331 specifically is a corridor that was adopted by the Board of County Commissioners for designation of commercial development. This area falls within that range. So it is consistent with the 331 corridor and with the comprehensive plan under the commercial. Under the land development code, under the zoning district, the general commercial use is allowed as a use by right. General commercial uses, neighborhood serving commercial uses, professional and office spaces, as shown on the exhibit for the zoning district. And the primary uses under categories for what those mean, because they're general terms, they're then defined under the primary uses of 2.0300. Those listed uses are, some of those will be those that will be leased out for this space. So this building, while it's 50,000 square feet, will be cut into leasable units. And those units will are presented by the applicant as being, so a person might need a space to develop their business, but also a little bit of storage so they can lease that space. But and then for the whole site, there's adequate parking. What will happen, just so we're clear and it's consistent with this zoning district, is every one of those leased spaces will go through a certificate of land use compliance to ensure that they don't exceed their parking by the use that's being permitted. So they will make sure that the overall site is still within its compliance as it continues on. Okay. The general commercial zoning district has a floor area ratio of 100% and the impervious surface ratio of 85%. We are compliant with that, as the 50,625 square foot building is only 22% of the overall site, and that the development impervious surface ratio is only 48.6% of the overall site instead of the 85%. The proposal meets the requirements on the special, there under that same subsection for the zoning district. There is a special development standards, which includes general commercial developments must be served by water and sewer, served by a public service. This particular, in an exhibit, we have a letter from the city of Freeport showing that it is, it's available for water and sewer service. The second special standard is that development in the zoning district provide for safe and efficient access and require that they meet the state, county access management standards and all under other reviewing agencies such as DOT, for Florida Department of Transportation. In compliance with this subsection, the applicant has received a notice of intent to approve from the Florida Department of Transportation, and it includes the site plans of the operational improvements and the road design that they had presented to DOT and was approved by them. The third requirement is that the standards and regulations for compatibility, landscaping, vehicular, pedestrian access, and so forth are essential to this site. That language is more clearly identified in that exhibit to the report, which has that subsection 2.0215. This site, and I'm going to use this image here, I want to be clear where it is, why it is compatible. It was already zoned for general commercial. Our site, I got a stick. This is our site here. It's already zoned general commercial. Across the street, this right here is Bay Grove Road. Across the street, this is a commercial subdivision called Bay Grove Commercial Subdivision. On the south side is also, this is Highway 331, which is a major arterial. This is general commercial here. Here is 3280. This is apartments that were approved under general commercial because they offer affordable housing. And this is a commercial development presented by J. Odom. It's a mixed-use development here, and then this property here is has a commercial office on it. This is all general commercial uses and is compatible with the area. The engineer will get up and discuss transportation specifically as how they had to do access to the site, so I'm going to leave that to them. In the subsection of Chapter 50202 for parking requirements, the application is required to provide a parking analysis showing that they can, in their site plan, showing that they can meet those parking requirements. The parking on this site is a minimum of 145 parking spaces based on 1 per 350 square feet of space within the building, and we are providing 147. So it clearly meets that criteria. In addition to that, which she will speak to, these parking islands here under Chapter 5 of the code are required to have one landscape island for every 10 spaces. They're at a maximum of 10 spaces, sometimes 6 to 9 spaces. There's another parking island. They are also required under Chapter 5 to provide 10% of their parking area as landscaping. They meet that requirement as reflected on the site plan, which is also submitted as an exhibit. The building for commercial, a building of a commercial nature has different setbacks, as you can imagine, for the than say residential. So the criteria for a commercial civic or industrial use requires a 25-foot front setback, a 10-foot side setback, and 20-foot rear setbacks. So along 331, there is a minimum 25-foot setback. On each side, there's a minimum 10-foot setback, and in the rear is a minimum 20-foot setback. This project provides an 80 for the front. Instead of 25 feet, it's 88.6 feet. On the sides, instead of 10 feet, it's 89.5 feet. And in the rear, instead of 20 feet, it's 64.3 feet to the structure. The structure is required under the landscaping portion of the Chapter 5 to have foundation plants around and provide adequate for them. They are required to provide, sorry, I lost my place. They are required to have one space per 5 feet, which is 296 shrubs, and that is what they are providing, consistent with the Land Development Code. The landscape buffer is within our report. You can see that it is required to have on this side of this development, on this edge, it goes from being general commercial to rural village or residential under the future land use category. So they are providing a 10-foot landscape buffer, 15-foot landscape buffer along this edge, part of which is a wetland protection area, so it'll be native vegetation. Making sure I go through everything. Under the concurrency requirements of the Land Development Code, as we discussed in the last project, every application must meet the requirements for transportation, water, sewer, drainage facilities, stormwater, and solid waste, as well as recreational facilities. Starting with the last one, this is a commercial project. It does not require that you dedicate a park for commercial projects, therefore it's not applicable in this situation. The solid waste, as we mentioned earlier, is handled by the agreement that is reviewed annually between the Board of County Commissioners and Waste Management. And the stormwater facilities have been designed and approved, as the engineer will discuss, and the permits show that are in our submitted exhibits. And the water and sewer is evidenced by our letter from the City of Freeport that we have available services. And that is, I'm trying to go through this quickly. And so based on that information and the information supplied in the evidence, my conclusion is that the project meets the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan and is consistent.
I have for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, do you have questions for this witness?
A little bit. Ms. Ward, in my review of the documents that were provided from your office, I noticed there's a reference to Nakusi Plantation Mitigation Bank. Can you explain exactly what Nakusi is?
Yes. So Nakusi Plantation is a very large development that the whole intent behind it is a non-for-profit that preserves land area. And what they have is a mitigation bank, which means that when you're going to impact wetlands on your site, you then pay to Nakusi for area that they transfer out. It's an agreement with DEP that's considered banking your wetlands impacts.
My understanding is there's pretty significant amount of wetlands that's being impacted. Yes. Versus I guess proportionately of what's on site.
Yes. So what's on site is 2.54 acres of wetlands. What they are impacting is 2.3, So in order for them to do that mitigation, the applicant will pay into the mitigation bank $236,250 to reserve that space to then mitigate with DEP for that impact. So that impact, to make it more simple, the development has a significant amount of wetlands. In order for them to build their development, they're going to fill some of those wetlands, build a retaining wall, and put in the development. She's included, and she'll discuss it a little more in detail, she's included some impervious parking spaces, but overall, we're talking about filling in some of those wetlands. DEP only allows you to do that if you're mitigating those wetlands elsewhere. So we've gotten into an agreement with Nakusi Plantation to do that. That is allowed under the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan under Chapter 4 for resource protection.
I don't mind having her testify, but
that's all I was asking.
This was an issue for the engineer.
Okay.
But it is consistent with the code.
Okay.
Right. That's all I was getting to.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ward.
You're welcome.
Let me call your next witness.
Call Scott Singletary.
Hi there, welcome. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Scott Singletary, Singletary.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. Singletary, who do you work for?
At UES.
What is UES?
UES is, they're I guess we'd say a multidisciplinary engineering firm, primarily geotechnical engineering, but they also do what they call ecological services, which would be wetland delineations, environmental assessments, imperiled species, surveys, management, what have you.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a senior ecological consultant. So those three things I just described are wetland delineations, environmental assessments, imperiled species surveys. I conduct those things.
Is a ecological services specialist basically another name for an environmentalist?
Yes.
I need to go further, or can we stipulate?
Your Honor, I'm familiar with this witness. He's testified before Planning Commission previously. I would stipulate to him being an environmental science expert.
Is that what you want to offer
Yes.
him in?
Yes.
Okay, so he's being tendered as an an expert in environmental science. Is that what you said?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so accepted.
Mr. Singletary, did you perform an environmental assessment of the property that's the subject of this proposed development order?
Yes, I did.
Could you describe what you do in doing that?
An environmental assessment, typically, the purpose of it is basically providing more or less an ecological snapshot of the site. And primarily we're concerned with protected resources. So if there's anything that would be protected by any land development code, state or federal policy, those are the things that we identify ecologically. So starts basically with a desktop review looking at soils, and formed from there. We perform another sort of extended desktop analysis looking at topographic maps, historic aerial imagery, all kinds of publicly available resources, agency species database queries. We do everything to sort of inform us what we can expect on the site, and then we actually conduct a physical site assessment where we actually go to the site and perform the evaluations.
So is there actually a thing called the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Services that provides what amounts to soil surveys?
That's right. That's right.
And they actually have a map for Walton County on that?
Yes, every county in the U.S. has a soil survey, and it's produced by the Natural Resource Conservation Service.
So is that the thing you'd start by looking at for soil?
That's right.
types?
That's right. Start there.
Do you also look for wellhead protection zone?
Yes.
What is a wellhead protection zone?
Wellhead protection zone is it's a protection that was basically identified in the Walton County Land Development Code that it limits land use within, permitted wellheads, water supplies.
And is there any potable water supply wellhead near this project?
Not within 250 feet, no.
It's actually miles away.
Yep.
Right. Do you do a review for jurisdictional wetlands?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
Well, we follow the 62340 Florida Administrative Code wetland delineation guidelines and the Army Corps of Engineers 1987 wetland delineation manual, with an emphasis on the Southeast Regional Supplement. We follow those guidelines and we physically evaluate the conditions of the site and determine the wetland boundary.
So basically, in this area, we have a wetlands delineation map for the whole county. That would tell us.
Say that again.
You have a map. You start with a map that has been prepared that delineates wetlands in the county.
Well, let me see where I create one based on the data that I collect on the site. Now, if you're asking about something that's already generated for the entire county, that's a product probably derived from the National Wetland Inventory, and it's a planning tool that is used commonly by municipalities and things like that. And it identifies certain resources.
And then do you go to the site and you look at the soil content and the plants to determine where there actually is wetlands?
That's right. That's right. The National Wetland Inventory is not a site-specific assessment. It's just a planning tool. It doesn't tell you whether or not there are wetlands on a site or not.
I guess what I'm getting at is that national inventory, you then take that as kind of a guide and you go look at the property.
Yes, yeah, it helps inform us and as to what we can expect once we get there.
And then you would narrow down where it actually is.
That's right.
Do you look for endangered species when you're on the property as part of your assessment?
That's right.
Did you find any?
No.
Do you look for hazardous waste on the site?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No, I did not.
Do you take your survey and put it in a report entitled Walton County Environmental Assessment Report?
Yes.
And is that what is Exhibit 2?
This appears to be it. Yes.
And then what do you do with this report?
This is then transmitted to the client.
And is it utilized for things like we've already heard about Nagusi Plantation and the Wetlands Mitigation Bank? Is this report used in order to apply for those the permits and buy mitigation land?
Yes, the data that was collected as part of this report is also used to apply for those permits.
Right.
Yes.
But you as the environmentalist you didn't do any of that. Someone else did.
That's correct.
All I have for this witness.
Ms. Davis, do you have questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Singletary.
All right, we would now call Michelle Baker.
Okay. Welcome, Ms. Baker. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And please spell your name for the record.
Michelle Baker, MICHELLEBAKER.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Ms. Baker, are you a licensed professional engineer practicing civil engineering in the state of Florida.
Yes.
Have you been involved in the past in preparing site plans and stormwater plans for developers developing land in Walton County?
Yes.
About how many times?
The hundreds.
Do I need more, Brooke? Are you okay with tendering?
Your Honor, Ms. Baker, I believe, has also previously testified before Your Honor as an expert in civil engineering.
Yes. Would you like to offer as
Yeah,
an
we
expert?
would tender her as an expert licensed professional engineer in civil engineering.
All right, I will accept Ms. Baker as an expert in civil engineering.
Ms. Baker, could you describe what involvement you had in the present application for a development order?
I've been involved with it since the beginning, site development, working with the client and the government municipalities to make the best site layout possible, designing the site for stormwater, transportation, utilities, erosion control, all the permit involved with the site.
Did you prepare the application that was submitted to the Walton County
I did.
Planning Department for approval for a development order?
Yes.
Did you utilize the environmental report that we just talked about a minute ago?
Yes.
For purposes of getting an environmental review before Walton County?
Yes, I used that. That was one of my starting points for design.
And did you obtain a letter from NICU's Plantation for purposes of wetlands mitigation?
Yes, I worked with UES to get that permit.
And did you utilize that as part of the development of a stormwater plan?
Yeah, well, it worked hand in hand, side by side.
Did you prepare the site plan for this project?
Yes.
Did you, along with working with the environmentalists, obtain an environmental resource permit for the project?
Yes.
And I've kind of quickly gone over it, but this will be tabs 3, 4, and 5 of the notebook. Did you obtain and utilize a boundary and topo survey as part of your work?
Yes.
Would you describe, let's start with the stormwater plan. Did you do the stormwater plan for this project?
I did.
And what is entailed in doing that?
You're designing for a certain storm event. In this case, for this one, it was the 25-year storm event. However, just when I designed it, ended up meeting also a 100-year storm event criteria. And in addition to that, because the owner wanted to use pervious pavers, we have an additional 0.40 acre feet of storage on site. That is just a bonus. We're not counting it towards anything. We could count it if we wanted to, but we're just having it as a bonus storage on site. Now, I did tell the county when I was speaking with them after they had already approved the 25-year storm event and approved everything in the package that I had, designed for I hadn't designed for 100-year storm event, but it did meet 100-year storm event criteria. So they asked me to upload that data just so they would have it. So I did upload that for them, but it met the 25-year, which was the minimum.
What we're calling the stormwater plan, if you turn to tabs or exhibit 16 in your notebook.
Oh. Okay.
Yours is different than mine.
But we're talking about this or this.
We have the drainage report as 15. Is that what you're looking for?
That is the correct document.
Okay.
This isn't wrong.
All right, is this what we're calling your stormwater report?
Yes, sir.
And does that contain the calculations that you would have made to determine the appropriate amount of stormwater retention that needed to be on the property?
Yes, it has the stormwater calculations in it.
Does.
Yes, it has stormwater.
And you said this meets or exceeds the requirements under the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan.
This design meets or exceeds all the requirements of Walton County.
All right. Did you perform a traffic study?
I did.
And what's the purpose of the traffic study?
The purpose for the county is to, they have a concurrency management spreadsheet that they keep up, so they need to know what traffic's being generated. If it's on a county road, they just need to see what the access is, and they may ask for extra analysis. Like on this one, they want an intersection analysis and they want a level service analysis, so I also provided those. And I provided, well, go ahead.
Well, is the traffic study utilized to design any sort of traffic improvements such as turn lanes or traffic control devices to access the site?
Yeah, that data is used by the county as they see fit if there is any improvements they want made. So this one is, you're accessing from a state road, but then you turn onto a county road and the driveway's on a county road. So you've got two different agencies that want to look at, because we did have a driveway on the state highway, but per conversations with the state, we elected to remove that driveway and use Bay Grove Road as the access point, because that was the preference of the state due to spacing criteria and safety. So then from the county viewpoint, they looked at the access driveway on the county road. I spoke with engineering and public works to make sure that it was an approved location. And they agreed with me that that was the best location. And they also were, they agreed that adding the right turn lane, which is required by DOT, will add the storage needed for people turning into the facility, because now there's an existing left turn lane on 331. It exists now there'll be a right turn lane on 331. So there's adequate capacity for that driveway location.
Did you obtain a permit from FDOT for the right turn lane?
Yes. I have a notice of intent, just to be clear, because everything has been approved. The only missing item for the DOT permit is the bond. So once they provide after they get their development order approved, they would provide the bond, and then DOT would give them the final permit for construction.
Did you prepare the overall site plan for this project?
Yes.
And is that exhibit number 10 in the notebook?
Yes.
And as part of your designing of a site plan for the project, are you familiar with the requirements under the Walton County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code as far as what has to be on that site, such as buffers and setbacks?
Yes.
And does this, in your opinion, as a licensed professional engineer doing civil engineering in Walton County, designing sites for commercial development, meet those requirements of the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan?
It does.
Did you submit your site plan to Walton County's Planning Department for review and approval?
Yes.
And did you obtain an agreement from them that it does meet the requirements of the Walton County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code?
Yes.
Is there any aspect of the engineering requirements for doing a development or designing a development for commercial in Walton County that this does not meet?
No, it meets everything.
I don't have any further questions.
Davis.
I have no question.
Thank you, Ms. Baker.
That concludes our evidence. We would reserve the right to present a closing argument, but unless Ms. Davis has something else, we are closing our evidentiary portion of the case.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're closing the evidentiary hearing portion on the Bay Grove Road Flex Space application, and I'll open the public hearing portion. Is there any member of the public in the audience that wishes to speak on this application? If so, if you would just stand up and come forward. All right, seeing none, then I will close the public hearing. In light of that, did either party want to make a closing statement? Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
That both the applicant, or both the Walton County Planning Department and the applicant's testimony all was that it meets all requirements of the Walton County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code, and there has not been any evidence submitted to the contrary, and we believe we qualify for the issuance of a development order and would ask that it be approved.
Thank you. All right, so now I'm going to close out the quasi-judicial hearing on the Bay Grove Road Flex Space application. All right, and then we're going out of order. So next, we're going to take up the 7th item on the agenda for today, AA Auto Salvage and Storage.
I would really appreciate maybe a 5-10 minute break.
Oh, okay, okay. Certainly. Yeah, we can do a short break. Okay.
Oh, it's all right. Raining, yeah. Raining. I can answer phones at the house, you know. Even my oldest phone, I just send myself. No, that's not voicemail either.
His eyes will open about this time.
That would. Yeah, we're just down. See how much Mr. Tatum.
I wouldn't do that. People who worked with them for 21 years get a chance to oppose qualification.
I don't know that there's.
Probably oppose each other.
Oh, yeah.
You haven't played yet.
It's so much fun. This is my personal phone.
Oh, now you show up. What about when we had that problem earlier?
I don't even know where that phone is.
Just kidding, we haven't had any problem.
It's still
It's good to see you. Happy holidays.
That was during the first presentation.
That wasn't even.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm
Really low. Yeah, well, we know when I go back and review the video, there, it doesn't matter. If you're not speaking into the microphone, you can't hear it all. Okay. They should be able to walk up. It's okay. All right, let's go back on the record. I don't know. All right, we're going to take up number 7, AA Auto Salvage and Storage, project number MAJ 23-100003. If council would make your appearances for the record.
Brooke Davis on behalf of the county, Your Honor.
Clark Davis, Your Honor, on behalf of the applicant.
Okay. Mr. Davis, if you'll just make sure you speak in the microphone to me. when I go back and review videos, if I need some help with something to fill in my notes, I honestly don't hear anything if you're not in the microphone, so.
Mark Davis on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, great, thank you. And Mr. Davis, what is your address? I'm sorry, I waited for you to go sit down. That wasn't very nice.
It's Clark Partington, 1414, County Highway 283 South, Suite B, Santa Rosa Beach, 32459.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Davis, you may proceed.
Your Honor, at this time, I would call Ms. Rosanna Edwards to the witness stand. Ms. Edwards has previously testified in expert capacity regarding land planning as well as the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan.
Let me get her sworn in. We'll take it in that order. All right, Ms. Edwards, if you raise your right hand. Sorry. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And state and spell your name for the record.
Rosanna Edwards, Rosanna, Edwards, Edwards.
All right. Now, Ms. Davis, you're offering her as an expert in land planning and the Walton County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Is there any objection, Mr. Davis?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So accepted.
Ms.
And let's see,
Edwards,
we've got do we have a tripping hazard? Is everything
We're
okay
good.
now? All right.
It's not a county-sponsored tripping hazard. That is a Mr. Davis tripping hazard.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Ms. Edwards, where do you work?
Planning and Development Services for Walton County.
And how long have you worked there?
Going on 10 years.
And what's your current job title?
Senior Planner.
Are you the planning manager for the project that's before us currently, AA Auto Salvage and Storage?
Yes, I am the project manager for this particular project.
Can you explain to us a little bit better, boots on the ground, of what this is?
Yes, this is a little bit unique. We don't see a lot of these, but this is a special exception permit to allow an industrial use in a zoning category that would not otherwise allow this use. So they are doing this by a special exception permit.
What exactly is a special exception permit?
It allows certain heavy industrial uses in zoning categories, like I said, that would otherwise not allow for these, with additional conditions and compatibility measures, kind of like a conditional use, but it requires permitting annually.
So does it take a special process to get to this point, other than I guess what we would typically see of TRC, Planning Commission?
It does. There is a little bit different process. It does go to technical review, and instead of going to the Planning Commission, it does go to the Board of Adjustments for a recommendation instead of approval process, and then now to the Special Magistrate before going to the BCC.
So you said that this went to the Technical Review Committee, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that entailed multiple reviewers reviewing this application and making a determination?
That is correct.
What was the determination of the Technical Review Committee?
To recommend approval once any outstanding conditions or items were alleviated, to recommend approval and move it to the Zoning Board of Adjustments.
When did that occur?
Application came in July of 23, so it's been a long process, but the Technical Review Committee reviewed it in August of 2024, and then the Zoning Board of Adjustments in September of 2025.
Why so long in this process?
That may be a question for the applicant. I don't know what caused the process to take, there were revisions, there were some advertising concerns at one point for the zoning for the zoning board, so we did extend the timeline in that circumstance, but other than that, I don't know what specific.
So, the ask at this point, you said, is for a special exception, is that right?
Yes, a special exception.
Was there a previous ask for this particular parcel?
Yes, there was a previous ask, and let me clarify, the special exception is for a salvage yard, because there's only certain uses that you can get a special exception for, salvage yard being one of those. There were previous applications. Let me go back. There was actually a recorded lot split done in 2012. And there was an application for a rezoning, future land use map designation from its current zoning category to heavy industrial that was denied March 13, 2023, prior to them submitting for this application.
Why, in your opinion, as an expert, why is this a different application than that?
So a rezoning, if they would have went to a zoning for heavy industrial, they would have been allowed everything that the Land Development Code would allow them to do under heavy industrial. So the special exception limits their use to one use, and that being the salvage yard, with additional conditions to alleviate any impacts that this may cause. So.
Let's walk through some of the specifics about the project then. So we're looking at, because this is, I guess, a commercial type use that's being requested, we'd be looking at impervious surface and floor area ratio. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what are the allowances under the code for those?
The impervious area is allowed 60%. They are way under, not even 1% impact. This is just going to be a storage yard. The floor area ratio, there's an existing home on the property. That would be the extent of the floor area ratio. So it's really just a temporary storage yard for processing vehicles. So those are minimal.
Is this attached to anything else?
It's not as part of this review. The applicant is essentially extending an existing use that is a grandfathered use to the south. There is an existing salvage yard. This is an expansion of that. However, this project was viewed solely on the property, the 5.18 acres. So we just looked at this site for the special exception, not the property to the south, although it is owned by the same entity.
So nothing about that other site would need to be taken into account in order to evaluate whether this meets the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan?
That is correct, and it's actually a different zoning. That one complies. This one is a different zoning. That they're trying to achieve the same result as the property to the south. So, I mean, we looked at the most we would have considered that is for compatibility with the special exception. We are required to look at a compatibility analysis. So that would have been the extent of my review of the parcel to the south, is that it is already heavy industrial.
Let's take a moment then and discuss compatibility of this site. So you said that you did some analysis of compatibility.
The applicant provided a compatibility analysis.
And you had the opportunity to review that analysis.
That is correct.
Is there anything that gives you pause of the conclusion reached in that analysis?
No, the special exception permit approval is very specific. It applies additional conditions to mitigate potential impacts. So it looks at size, location, setbacks, fencing. All of those must be considered to mitigate any issues based on compatibility.
And were any of those issues referenced in that analysis?
Yeah, so they do meet the size requirement. It requires a minimum of 5 acres. This meets that requirement. They have heavy buffers around the perimeter of the property for a screening mechanism, noise. They will not have any emissions or smoke or anything like that per the application.
Were there any additional measures to ensure compatibility that were required by the Zoning Board of Adjustment in order to move this application forward to this point?
Yes, there was additional conditions, and I do want to clear that up. I just noticed in the staff report, it does say conditions included as part of the Planning Commission recommendation. That was actually the Zoning Board of Adjustments, and that's on page 3 of the staff report. So this did not go to Planning Commission, but the additional conditions of the Zoning Board, they recommended the applicant increase the front landscape buffer from 10 feet to 25 feet. They also required a screen on the outside of the landscape buffer, an additional 25-foot landscape buffer along the entire northern boundary, which requires them to move a driveway, so there's a consistent 25-foot landscape, and that the applicant will move the dirt road, that is the driveway, the dirt road outside the landscape buffer. So lots of landscape buffers and a requirement for a 6-foot fence.
So, as a planner, what is your understanding of the term compatibility?
Compatibility, compatibility that they can coexist, and this development can coexist in the neighboring area without causing any adverse effects, noise, smoke, emissions, anything like that was discussed previously, and if those are, that there are measures to mitigate those.
So under the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan, if two parcels like that would be, or two uses would be incompatible, then what does the Land Development Code provide that's required at that point?
Typically buffering for noise, also screening. The applicant has provided both a fence and landscaping, so to reduce the noise and to view the area where the cars will be stored. So it sounds like at this point that we're talking about incompatible with the neighboring parcels. Well, it is in a residential area. However, there is an existing salvage yard to the south. So I don't know that it would be considered incompatible if we're extending and expanding an existing use. If that use did not exist there, maybe I would consider it incompatible, but this use is already there. We are expanding an existing use.
Are there any other type of infrastructure or anything that needs to be done to the property in order for this to comply with the Land Development Code or Comprehensive Plan?
There is, there is water provided. There is no sewer. There is an existing septic on the site. Their transportation is considered de minimis for the addition, and the stormwater was provided. The stormwater management facility is a dry retention pond that's located on the northwest corner of the property. As well, they are including the landscaping and a 5-foot wide sidewalk along the highway there.
And you mentioned
Sorry, I wanted to mention no other access to the property. They're using existing access to the property to the south, so there is no additional access either.
You mentioned that there was going to be a dry retention pond. Is there the pond that's been proposed, is it sufficient under Walton County Land Development Code standards?
Yes, it has been reviewed and approved by our engineers. Yes.
Are there any protected areas on the site, wetlands, anything else referenced in the environmental analysis?
So let me find that page. No, the environmental assessment did not find any wetlands, vegetative communities, threatened or endangered species on the property.
Let's take a second and discuss Eglin's comments. Is it our understanding as we stand here today that there's no additional lighting that's been requested?
That is correct. Lighting was not reviewed and approved as part of this application. Whether there is lighting on the property to the south, I cannot speak to that. But if they so choose to add lighting in the future, they will have to comply with Eglin's and the Walton County Land Development Code's requirement for site lighting.
So that would require an additional ask to the county if they were going to add any kind of lighting.
Absolutely.
Do you have anything else from a planner's perspective that you feel is pertinent for your presentation today?
Not that I can, no, not that I have for you at this time. They have met there's requirements in Chapter 5, and like I spoke, that it requires certain zoning categories, size limitations, fencing requirements, setbacks. So there is a number of things they have to meet in order to get a special exception for this property, which I believe they have met.
In your expert opinion, your belief is that there's sufficient controls to mitigate any potential impacts to neighboring parcels?
Yes, and like I said, with the special exception, they are required to do annual permitting, not go through this process again, but permit through the county to ensure they are compliant with what is being approved.
Ms. Edwards, did you prepare a staff report for this project?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to move her staff report with any inserts and public comment into the record as County's Exhibit 1.
All right, Mr. Davis, any objection?
I have no objections, other to ensure the compatibility report was part of the, I believe it was, just want to make sure it was part of the.
I don't know that it was attached to the staff report. It was an intergov, but I do have one if we need to enter.
If we could add that as part of the report, I have no objection.
All right, so I'm going to admit County's Exhibit 1, the staff report with
that
inserts.
was provided by the applicant. Well, I'll provide the copy.
All right, so do you want to move that in as a second exhibit or not?
I would not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, so I've admitted the County's Exhibit 1, which is the staff report with inserts only.
Yes, Your Honor. That would include a proposed final order on this project. Ms. Edwards, that proposed final order, that has certain conditions for approval, is that correct?
Yes.
And those are all conditions that you glean from preparing your staff report and it sounds like zoning board of adjustment.
And the zoning board of adjustments conditions.
I don't have any other questions at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Davis, do you have questions for this witness?
Just a few, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Edwards, I would like to go back to the compatibility analysis briefly. You reviewed the analysis provided by the applicant.
Yes, I did.
And you have no disagreements with any of the conclusions as it relates to the compatibility analysis that was provided?
I have no objection.
And do you consider the compatibility analysis consistent with the Walton County Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan?
Yes, I do.
I would ask you, and it's your opinion here today, that this special use permit as applied for and requested is compatible with either surrounding uses or surrounding neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
In 5.07.08 of the Land Development Code, it's the Walton County Salvage and Recycling Center Ordinance. Are you familiar with that ordinance?
Give me the section, I'm sorry.
5.07.08.
Yes.
And tell us what that ordinance is about, please.
That ordinance, known as the Salvage and Recycling Center Ordinance, what that means to have a salvage and recycling center, what uses are allowed, and what controls are implied to mitigate potential impacts.
And there are certain criteria for the location of salvage and recycling centers on property, is that correct?
That is correct.
Does this application meet each of the criteria found in 5.07.08 for salvage yard?
For location or all?
All. Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Specifically then for location, what are the criteria and how does it meet it?
Location criteria, it discusses uses that are allowed in heavy industrial, unless it is zoned large-scale ag, general ag, rural low density, rural residential, estate residential, or rural village after a public hearing, and this property is zoned rural village.
As to site-specific requirements, after we meet the land use criteria, does this project meet those site-specific requirements?
Yes, it does.
And what are those?
Site specific, it does discuss size requirements, if that's what you're.
Yes.
Okay. It requires a minimum of 5 acres, and this property is 5.18 acres.
Is there a fencing requirement?
There is a fencing requirement. A minimum of 6-foot high fence must be provided.
Does this applicant meet or exceed that, and can meet and exceed that with what he has presently plus what the Board of Adjustment would require?
Yes,
or did require?
It does.
Okay. As for setbacks, does this site and the applicant's plan meet the setback requirements of 5.06.08?
Yes, the minimum setback required in Chapter 5 is a 6-foot setback. However, the landscape buffer is a minimum of 25 feet, so that will far exceed the 6-foot setback.
And I'll skip the permitting, but is there any part of 5.06.08 as it relates to site-specific criteria that this particular applicant did not meet or would not meet?
It appears to meet all the criteria in 50708.
Okay.
And just to clarify for me, I've heard Mr. Davis refer to 5.06.08. I just heard you say 5.07.08. So
is it 5.0708?
I'm sorry, I don't know why, but it's 0.07.08.
Okay, thank you.
Let me go back to the TRC briefly. You said there were outstanding comments at the time of the approval by the Technical Review Committee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were those comments addressed by the applicant in their application?
Yes, all outstanding comments that the TRC have been addressed, planning and development comments, yes.
And what was the Board of Adjustments vote to approve with the conditions?
It was a 5-0 vote to, let me make sure before I say that. It was approval 5-0.
And just for historical purposes, this is probably the first special permit that that the county's processed, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes, and I have been here for almost 10 years, so we do not see a lot of these special exceptions. That is correct.
And part of the delay was making sure we had the process correct.
That may be so.
Yeah.
This is an unusual application for us, yes.
Okay. So is it your expert opinion that this particular special use application meets the criteria of the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan?
That is my opinion, yes.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, do you have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have another witness to call?
No, Your Honor.
Right, then Mr. Davis, your turn.
Judge, we'd call first Jamie Eubanks. I'm trying to help you for some reason.
Welcome, Mr. Eubanks.
Morning,
Please
Your Honor.
raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, and please state and spell your name for the record.
Jamie, Jamie, Eubanks, Eubanks.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, you may proceed.
Mr. Eubanks, have you testified before the General Magistrate as an expert as it relates to engineering and the Walton County Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan?
I have.
Are you familiar with the Walton County Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan?
I am.
Judge, we would retender him as an expert on both the comp plan, the Land Development Code, and engineering.
Okay. Is there any objection, Ms. Davis?
No, Your Honor. Oh, sorry. No, Your Honor, Mr. Eubanks has previously testified in that capacity.
All right, so I am accepting Mr. Eubanks as an expert in the Walton County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code, and was it just straight engineering, or was there something else?
Civil.
Yeah,
Civil
it was civil.
engineering.
Yeah, just want to
All
make
right.
sure.
Thank you. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Eubanks, did you assist in preparing the application for this special use permit on behalf of the applicant?
I did.
Can you briefly describe to the General Magistrate what's required for this application?
With regards to what needs to be submitted?
In terms of the civil?
General.
Yes.
So, typical of what is required for everything, you know, your stormwater, traffic. There's of course sub-consultants that you've heard from before, environmental consultants, preparing the application, various maps and other documents that have to go in. But what is typical of every major development order form?
It's akin to, if not similar to, if not exactly the same as a basic major development order, correct?
It is.
Okay. And did you collect all of those reports and submit them as part of the application?
We did, yes.
And based on your experience in this area, is this application consistent with the Walton County Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan?
Yes, I believe so.
Tell the magistrate what you understand the use of this property will be.
Auto salvage yard.
And primarily for storage of vehicles?
Correct.
Okay. Do you see any issues with compatibility as it relates to storing vehicles on this property?
No, in this particular case, the code actually helps us very specifically spell out those requirements. You and the previous witness.
Can you just briefly tell us what those are?
Sure. You know, the additional fencing, the 6-foot fencing, the enhanced landscape buffers. You know, there are some additional things required, such as an operational plan, time of use for the development, and those particular items.
Did your firm, do you remember if let me rephrase it. Did your firm prepare the compatibility analysis? I cannot say that.
It's been a while, I believe so.
Yeah, okay. Did you review the
yes.
And do you find it consistent with the Walton County Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan?
I do.
Do you believe, is it your testimony today that this use and this special permit application is consistent with both the plan and the Land Development Code?
Yes.
Judge, that's all I have from him today.
All right, Ms. Davis, do you have questions for this witness?
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Bless me. Oh, goodness.
We'd move the compatibility analysis into evidence.
Okay.
I have a copy.
Was there an objection? There was no objection to
No,
that?
Your Honor.
Okay. So, I'm going to admit the compatibility analysis as applicant's exhibit 1. You didn't have other exhibits you had moved in, right?
No, I don't think it's necessary with the.
Okay. Do you have a copy for me?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. No. Okay, great. Okay.
May I approach you?
Yes, thank you. All right, no problem. So admitted. All right.
Last page.
Oh. We'll put it all together. Thank you. All right, Mr. Davis, anything else?
Judge, I'd like to recall Ms. Edwards just briefly. I left a question out.
Okay.
Edwards, I apologize. I left a question out. Sure. You had the opportunity to review the public comments that were part of the submittals in your report. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you find anything in those public comments that would change your opinion or make you question your opinion that this particular application is consistent with the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan?
No. that is not the case.
Did any of those public comments raise any issue related to the comprehensive plan or the land development code?
They did in regard to the compatibility, which is something that was reviewed during this process.
Okay. But other than that, you saw nothing in those comments that were related to the land development code or the comp plan?
Outside of that, no.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Edwards. Judge, briefly, oh, sorry.
Ms. Edwards, since we're going to talk about the public comment, can you give a kind of a synopsis of the public comments that were received, kind of the expectation of what we would see reading through those?
A lot of the comments had to do with noise, vibration, smoke. I think there was one that addressed parking in the right-of-way. All of these things are considered as we're reviewing the application, and that's why we implemented measures to alleviate those impacts.
In your expert opinion, are any of those concerns, do they rise to the level of being a sufficient basis to deny the application due to compatibility concerns?
No, if they could not be addressed through application, then yes, but I believe they have been addressed through application.
Were those measures that were taken into account at the Zoning Board of Adjustment?
Yes, yes, hence the additional conditions that were set for the development.
So in your opinion, in reviewing the public comment, the measures that have been applied are sufficient to provide approval with compatibility?
Yes, I do. That is my opinion.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Did you have any more questions? Okay, thank you.
The applicant, just briefly.
Okay. All right, just a second.
Thank you.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, and please state and spell your name for the record.
It's Mark Runge, M-A-R-K-R-U-N-G-E.
All right, Mr. Runge, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Runge, are you the owner of the property that's the subject of this particular application?
I am.
Or do you own it through a particular entity?
Yes.
What's that entity?
Jakara LLC.
Is that the actual applicant in this matter?
Yes.
Okay. And just if you would, so the magistrate would have a picture, tell me exactly what you plan on using this property, or how you plan on using this property.
All we're going to do is store cars, period. Just put cars on it till the title work clears, or for whatever reason. A lot of times the state will put a hold on a vehicle. Sometimes it takes months to get the hold released. And so we're just asking for future room to grow.
And are you planning on using that property for any other part of your business located south of this subject site?
No.
For instance, will you be doing any car crushing or car crushing on the new site?
No.
The car crushing that takes place on the current site, will it change in any way as a result of this?
No, sir.
Are you prepared to comply with all of the conditions that were imposed by both the Planning Department and the Board of Adjustment for you to use this property as a lay-down storage area for your business?
Yes, sir.
You have no objections to any of those criteria, correct?
No,
sir. Is this property or your current business the subject of any outstanding code complaint?
No, sir.
Any code complaints that have been filed, have they been resolved?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you have let me ask you this, what are you going to do with the house or the trailer on the property?
One of our employees lives in it, and he just keeps a watch on the place. That's it.
So you don't use it for anything other than that residential use?
That's it.
Correct? Do you plan on providing or installing any new lighting that would light up that 5 acres?
No, sir.
Is there any need for it?
No, sir.
Do you have any other use of the property or planning any other use of the property other than to bring a wrecked car onto the property and store it until you're allowed to dispose of it?
Sir, that's it.
Thank you. That's all I have.
And Ms. Davis, any questions for this witness?
Yeah. Rungi, I do want to take a second. I think kind of an elephant in the room is that this site was previously used for similar type use. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was a business at one time. It was a feather farm type deal.
So it's essentially already been this at some point in history. Is that correct?
It has been a business, but it hasn't been a junkyard, I don't believe, that I know of.
Okay, so in your understanding of what your use will be for the property, is it going to be anything more excessive than what was already there?
No.
You do understand this is only going to be a temporary permit, right?
I do.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Davis?
So you understand that the use is simply conditional, that it can be revoked by the county. It's similar to a license.
I do.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Davis?
No, ma'am, other than the opportunity to rebut in case we need to.
All right. All right, so we'll close the evidentiary hearing on. I know. I'm closing the evidentiary portion of the hearing on AA Auto Salvage and Storage, and I'll open the public hearing. So, anyone wishing to speak on this, if you just stand up and come up to the microphone, please. Welcome. If you would please state your name for the record.
Tadevich,
All right.
Tadevich.
All right, Ms. Tadevich. And Karen, are you prepared with the timers? Anything? Okay.
Don't worry.
No, I'll use my timer right here on my phone. How about that? All right, just a reminder that the public hearing is limited to 3 minutes per individual, unless you're speaking on behalf of an association or group, homeowners, that sort of thing. Then you can get 10 minutes, but the other folks who are members would be giving up their opportunity. So I just have to get all that on the record. All right, Ms. Tadevich, you may proceed.
My biggest concern was, are they only going to use it for cars? Not, 2 years down the road, oh, we're going to change it. I was here when they tried to make the whole thing the industrial, which would have been no noise ordinances at all or any of that. I was very against that because I don't live too close to them, but I hear the noise all the time. But that doesn't affect today's hearing. But I just wanted to make sure that it's only the cars that are going to get there. That was my biggest thing. And I have several letters from people that could not be here today, and a copy for you.
Okay, so you want to submit them for the record. You have copies for the clerk?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
God bless you for having to listen to all this stuff all day, every day. Holy moly.
Well, I don't do this all day, every day. I do 3 days a month at the state hospital. I have a very exciting career. All right. Next. I'm not sure how y'all do that for the public hearing. We can. All right. Go ahead, sir. What's your name?
Marvin Christensen, MarvinChristianson.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen. Welcome.
Okay, first off, I moved there in '92, and the comment was made there was no survey markers on my land. That's why they come on and took off when I bought it in 92, it had a survey marker on every corner, and the survey marker, the bench marker where all surveys started, is the back corner of my lot. But anyway, when I come home and from a cruise in 2012, my whole south property was gone. And that's when Brungies moved the trailer in on that lot that's there now. In 13, I resurveyed my lot, and Judge Wells said, them are the survey markers. The fence is on my property, and nobody is to touch it. And this is, I don't know, did they give you any pictures or anything to go by? Or I don't know if you've seen. This is,
No, if you'd like to submit them, you can.
I'll submit them. This is where my fence is, and this is where the survey marker is.
Not right now, thank you.
And on this development plan we have here, I don't know who drew it up, but it says they will come on my property, take out my fence. And where do they get the right to do that? He's the survey man that did it.
Okay.
They drew this all up. Now there's one other small item of danger or somebody being hurt on the property. Would you like to hear something about that?
It's up to you, whatever you want to tell us.
Here's an easement that's nowhere on this drawing. If this drawing is given to a contractor, he comes out to work and starts digging, hits his high voltage line, somebody could get killed. There's an easement 10 foot wide, starting from the road back to that trailer house, which has 7,200 volts in it. If somebody hits it, they're dead instantly. I don't see it on any of their drawings or programs or anywhere.
Okay.
So that's the Telco easement signed by Jakara, and there's also a cable line there. And I could take a few more minutes because Randy had to go to work, but there's a couple other things I don't quite understand. You say there'll be a 6-foot fence on the property line, and approximately a 25-foot buffer zone, and then the other fence will be on the interior of the property. That's the way I understand it. But it says right here on their drawings, removal is optional. How can you have
what
an
removal? I'm sorry.
Huh?
What removal?
The fence. The interior fence can be removed. It's optional. It's right here on your drawings. So then we no longer have a buffer zone. So what do we do for a buffer zone then? And it also says on your stormwater pond, its removal is optional. They don't need to put it there. So if we don't need these things, what is right? Is it supposed to be a 25-foot buffer zone with an interior fence? Or nothing? What do we get? And that's what, if somebody gets killed when they hit that high voltage line, who's liable? Are you liable? Or would it be who drew it up? Who is liable for it? That would be one large lawsuit in Walton County. And it doesn't show it anywhere here.
Okay, I need you to wrap it up. A couple of seconds here.
Okay, other than that, and then the noise and the dust, they worked this Saturday. I don't know what they were doing because it was shaking stuff in my house. I live at the immediate north side of their property. But the dust and the noise is bad. I don't know what they're all doing. And that was on a Saturday morning. I don't know, anything else you need to hear? But this looks to me, the whole drawing is a lot of errors in it. A lot of I worked for Gulf Electric since 1984, so I understand electricity. I'm a commercial industrial journeyman electrician. I'm also a chopper pilot and a few other things, but I have fun at it. Okay.
Thank you for your service. Next. No one else that wishes to speak? Okay. All right, then I will close the public hearing. All right, did either party wish to make a statement of any sort? Or?
Not from the county, Your Honor.
Okay.
Again, Mark Davis on behalf of the applicant. I just want to be clear, there's been no competent substantial evidence other than that this application meets the land development code and the comprehensive plan, so we'd ask the court, we'd ask the magistrate to please adopt it with the conditions that were posed by both the planning staff and the Board of Adjustment. And I would point out for the audience and for the members of the public, it's a conditional use permit with conditions. If those conditions aren't met, they can't use the property, and I'm sure the county will monitor it very closely.
Thank you. All right, so we'll close out, that was agenda item number 7. Unless somebody needs a break, we'll take up agenda item number 5, which is DW Sitework. Thank you. All right, Madam Court Reporter, you're not staying for this one, right? Okay. And the clerk ready to go? All right. So let's take up agenda item number 5, DW Sitework, MAJ 25-000047. Ms. Davis, you may proceed.
Your Honor, Brooke Davis on behalf of the county. I would call Ms. Ayanna Reed to the stand.
Okay.
Ms. Reed has testified in an expert capacity before Your Honor as a land planning expert.
Okay. All right, Ms. Reed, I will just remind you that you remain under oath. I don't need to swear you in again. And you're offering her as an expert in land planning. Is that what you said?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so accepted. And we have someone at applicant's table, but it's not counsel, correct? Okay, so when we're finished with the county's presentation, I don't know if you're going to be called as a witness for the county, perhaps, but we'll get to you at that time.
We discussed Ms. Reed has previously been sworn today.
Yes.
So, okay. All right, Ms. Reed, can you state your name for the record?
Ayanna Reed.
And where do you work?
Walton County Planning and Development Services.
And how long have you worked there?
About 1.5 years.
Are you the county's project manager on this particular project?
Yes, I am.
Can you explain to us exactly what this request is?
So this request for DW Sitework, it's a major development order application submitted by Jenkins Engineering, incorporated on behalf of DW's Sitework LLC. They are requesting to develop a borrow pit on 11.86 acres.
I noticed in the staff report, it says burrow pit a few places, but we're not talking about woodland creatures that are going to be burrowing or gophers. We're talking, it's a borrow pit.
Correct.
For extractive uses.
BORROW.
What's the current zoning category for this site?
It is heavy industrial.
And what's the future land use?
Industrial and extractive uses.
So the idea of a borrow pit would be consistent in a planning perspective for what this property is currently zoned?
Yes.
Okay, so walk me through a little bit of kind of the infrastructure ideas that would be required in order to implement a borrow pit on this particular parcel.
So for a heavy industrial type of use, it's a zoning district that exclusively focuses on industrial development, where it would allow for a mixture of heavy and light industry, storage or distribution, and things like that. There may be accessory structures or infrastructure to accommodate the heavy industrial use, and it does not allow for any residential uses. So with that being said, depending on what the zoning and land uses surrounding the subject parcel, that typically would require a special development standard in Chapter 2. Section 2.02.28 for heavy industrial, where there would be a requirement for a 25-foot buffer between industrial uses and any other land use. So those are just some of the things that we would be looking at as a design or development review team in making sure that the proposal is keeping with and consistent with the restrictions of that zoning district.
So this team has had the opportunity to evaluate this project along the way?
Yes.
Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be most likely the technical review committee?
Correct.
Okay, and when did the technical review committee have the opportunity to review this project?
So the technical review committee reviewed this project on September 3rd, 2025. I want to add that as a correction to the staff report because it's not in there, but
what was
done on September 3rd. It was recommended for approval.
September 3rd or 23rd?
September 3rd, 2025.
Okay.
I have it in there on the staff report under the summary, explanation, or history. You've got the dates.
Yes. Oh.
Okay. The date's there.
In the public hearing history, it didn't.
Oh, okay. I see. Thank you.
So you said that the TRC recommended approval for this project, is that right?
Correct.
And Planning Commission also had the opportunity to review the project, is that right?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
And that occurred on November 13th, 2025.
Did either the technical review or the Planning Commission have any comments that needed to be addressed in order for this to proceed forward?
No, nothing that varied significantly from what our code already requires, such as the buffering that I mentioned earlier between industrial uses and any other land use.
So then let's walk through the site itself and any potential buffering that's proposed on the site.
So the applicant is proposing a borrow pit. They're not recommending for any structures to be built on the site, hence where we see that no parking was proposed for the site. So in their proposal, they've already accounted for potential erosion. They also they complied with our buffer requirements while adding a 25-foot buffer for existing vegetation that would be preserved for the site. The applicant is also required to provide a stormwater pollution prevention plan, which was provided. And I think that's all I have in terms of it's a borrow pit where something is being extracted from the site.
I would venture to think that if we're talking about disturbing a piece of property to the extent that a borrow pit would be there, environmental would be something that highly important.
Correct.
Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes.
Okay. And what have you seen as far as environmental in compiling your staff report?
So in compiling the staff report, there are no wetlands that were detected on site, and therefore 0 wetlands were impacted on the site. Also, the property is in flood zone X, so there is no concern regarding floodplain review. And per our environmental planner's review, there is no concern in terms of environmental or negative environmental impact. There's no evidence of threatened or endangered species on the site, and there were no additional concerns or issues with the site. So those things were considered in our review.
So including things like a gopher turtle or something that would be burrowing on the site.
Correct.
Got it. I did take note that there was it seemed like there was a significant amount of feedback from Eglin Air Force Base regarding this site. Can you explain kind of what we're looking at here? Of there seems to be multiple areas of impact that Eglin shows on their maps. Can you give us a little more feedback on that?
Yeah, sure. So with this particular project, it did undergo a map amendment and rezoning through a future land use map amendment application, which is stated in the staff report for today. At the time, Eglin did have concerns about the potential impact of such an industrial use in the area, and it appears here that they were reiterating the importance of their comments that were provided for that application because it was a successful and approved rezoning to the zoning district that we see today. They just want us to keep certain things in mind as outlined in their comments regarding floor area ratios, making sure that the site isn't emitting harmful things such as smoke or steam or other exhaust that could impair aviation visibility. So I think it was more so a matter of, as they mentioned, they have no specific concerns for this major development order application, but as we are conducting our review as the county, these are the types of things that they want us to keep in mind that are often emitted from an industrial site.
As far as traffic and access to the site, can you give us a little more detail of what that looks like on the site?
So in terms of traffic, so the applicant did provide a traffic impact study, and according to our traffic engineer's review, it would only be generating 6 p.m. peak hour trips, and that's a very low number given the nature of the proposed use. This is not the type of project where folks would be going in and out at a very high capacity. So I can see why our traffic engineers stated that based on the applicant's traffic impact study, it would not have a significant impact on the existing operation of access roadways and intersections.
So there's nothing in your review that would require this site to do any sort of improvements to roadways or in order to allow this development to comply with the land development code and comprehensive plan?
Well, in terms of, no, I do not. But in terms of any improvements to roadways, it is located on US Highway 90. So therefore, because that's a state highway, they would need to address any concerns or permitting or access with the Florida DOT. And if Florida DOT does not reach out to the county with any concerns or questions, we deem that as they are accepting of what the applicant is proposing.
Now, I heard you mention a few minutes ago as far as floodplain, that this is in a zone X flood zone. Is that
Correct, correct.
So is there anything that needs to be addressed in order for this to comply with the Walton County Land Development Code or comprehensive plan, based on that floodplain analysis?
No.
And you said there's going to be no structures that are to be built on this site, is that correct?
Correct.
And I think you said that since there's no structures, that something like a formal type parking area wouldn't be required?
Correct, correct. There is a standard under the heavy industrial zoning district where for extractive uses, there would be a requirement of 1 space per employee on the largest shift of the site. I believe the applicant has taken this into consideration, and I believe that they did include in their narrative letter the reasoning why they were not proposing any parking. And I believe that they do meet the standard, especially on the basis of not providing any structure where the employees would need to access, such as an office, for example.
So since there's no structures such as an office or something to that sort, then certain utilities, are they still required on site, or at this point, no?
Yes, they are. Something like this would have to have associated infrastructure. So I would imagine that would be built into the site too.
Okay, so are you talking sewer, water, or both?
So with sewer and water, that would be supplied by the Mossy Head area. It's my understanding, based on the letter from the utility provider, Mossy Head Water Works, that they do provide water service to Highway 90, which is where this parcel is located. But it is the responsibility of the applicant to verify that the water available will meet the demands of their development. So with that being said, they'll definitely have to be in touch with Florida DEP, and also making sure that they are in touch with Mossy Head Water Works regarding any water quality testing and results that would be important for an extractive type of use.
And as well, sewer service?
Yes, that would be supplied by Mossy Head. Well, actually, no. Sewer would not be available on this area.
Is it required under the Walton County Code?
Give me one moment.
Would it help refreshing your recollection if you saw your staff report?
Okay. Local utility infrastructure, sanitary sewer collection systems, that's referring to commercial area. I will check my staff report also to see. Oh, there we go, Florida Department of Health. Okay, so on page 6 of the staff report, we did receive a comment from Florida Department of Health about that. Let's see. The borrow pit will not have any structures, as the site plan indicates. If buildings are added, the proposal will utilize septic systems for waste disposal.
And is that something that would be regulated by the county at that point, or is that also a Florida Department of Environmental Protection issue?
Just recently, we were told by our contact with Florida Department of Health, for Walton County specifically, that the Florida Department of Environmental Protection will be regulating the septic in the area, the septic systems for these types of projects.
Is there anything else in your review of this project that would give you pause in whether it would meet the Walton County Land Development Code or comprehensive plan through your expertise as a planner?
No. Applicant has addressed everything that we require of them for this type of use. Given its location in the surrounding zoning, they definitely meet and are consistent with the comprehensive plan in the Land Development Code.
What's the surrounding zoning?
Rural residential to the north, west, south, and east. There's also light industrial to the northeast, which proves compatibility, and also heavy industrial further to the southwest, which shows compatibility with the zoning, which would have been considered at the map amendment stage prior to the major development order.
So at this point, it sounds like you're saying that as a planner, we're not necessarily considering compatibility at this stage in the process. That would have been something that should have been considered at the time of the rezoning?
Correct. At that time, it would have been, for a successful rezoning, the site in the future proposal at the time would need to prove compatibility with the surrounding area, and it did. And therefore, in this case, in terms of meeting the standards of the Land Development Code, it remains consistent.
And you've prepared a staff report for this project, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And it also included some conditions of approval, is that correct?
Yes.
My understanding, you did decide to revise some conditions in that final order?
I did. There were some conditions that were not applicable to the site. Not the most up to date. There were some, that's why. Yes, there were a couple of conditions of approval that were not applicable to the site. You will see the reflected changes in the final order document, but not in the staff report. So.
Is that final order, has that been supplied to Intergov at this point?
Yes, it has.
Okay. When was that updated?
That was updated earlier this week, Monday or Tuesday or so.
So I need to ask you, because I don't see it in here today. Is it a different site than the one that I accessed for the agenda and the
It should be on Intergov.
It's on Intergov. It was uploaded. It was uploaded yesterday. It's on the attachment side, and the note is Special Magistrate 12/18/2025 revised final order. Yes, it's in the public portion side of Intergov.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence the staff report prepared by Ms. Reed, as well as the attachments, and then because this is a separate exhibit, I would ask to move in separately as Exhibit 2, the updated final order that Ms. Reed has supplied.
All right, so at this time, I'm admitting as County Exhibit 1, the staff report with attachments, and as County Exhibit 2, the revised proposed final order. Okay, anything else?
Ms. Reed, I just want to make sure that we're clear that the conditions for approval that you included in your staff report and in the proposed final order, both of those are conditions that you glean from compiling your staff report in preparation of from multiple different reviewers.
Correct.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Ms. Davis, did you want to question the applicant's representative? Okay. You would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, and please state and spell your name for the record.
Scott Jenkins, Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you.
Where do you work?
Jenkins Engineering Incorporated.
And how long have you worked there?
About 23 years.
And what is your job title there?
I own the company, so I'm not sure if I have a title.
Do you hold any certifications?
I do. I'm a professional engineer in the state of Florida.
And how long have you held that?
I've been a professional engineer in the state of Florida for almost 28 years.
So in that time period, have you had the opportunity to review multiple applications and projects for Walton County?
Yes.
Let's just say in the last 5 years, approximately how many?
How many projects in Walton County?
Right.
400, maybe.
Have you ever testified in an expert capacity in this forum?
Not before the administrative law judge, but in this forum many times, yes.
What has been the qualification that you've testified under?
I've testified under general civil engineering, stormwater management, traffic, land development code requirements, and code and comp plan provisions.
You've provided that sworn testimony before the county?
Yes.
Okay, the Board of County Commissioners?
Yes.
The Planning Commission?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to tender Mr. Jenkins as an expert in civil engineering and stormwater and...
You say traffic, land development code, and comp plan provisions.
All right, in civil engineering, in stormwater, what? Engineering, management?
Stormwater management.
Traffic engineering?
Yes, ma'am.
And the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so accepted.
Jenkins, it's my recollection that you prepared a presentation for Planning Commission regarding this project. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If you would take a few moments and provide some brief description of that to Her Honor.
Okay, glad to. Yes, the project itself is a proposed borrow pit. Not to diminish the process here at all, but because it's a borrow pit, Walton County always requires it to go through the major development order process. I think that's just because in the past they've been somewhat controversial. The intent of this project, as far as a borrow pit, is really just to go dig a big hole on the piece of property. This is for an individual business owner who has 2 trucks, basically, and he is a site work contractor that lives in that area. And like all site work contractors, are always looking for ways to provide their own materials to save money and cost and things. And so this is what this is for his primary business. We did go through the land use change and rezoning process for this last year. And we went through all the public hearings for that also. And we did discuss the intended use of the property. This year we've gone through the development order process. We've had very few comments or issues associated with this. I did want to just correct a couple of things. We are south of Highway 90, but we actually access off of a dirt road, which is on our which is on the survey, and they do have an easement for that access. So we won't be permitting through DOT, and that's primarily because there's a railroad on the south side of 90, and it's hard to get across a railroad track. The property itself has no wetlands. As Ayanna stated earlier, it is in an X flood zone, which means it's not in a regulated flood zone for FEMA. It has no considerations as far as endangered species or plants or fauna or habitat. Here, there's no preservation requirements. We are providing a 50-foot natural vegetative buffer on the east, west, and south sides, and a 100-foot buffer on the north side to give some additional buffering from anything adjacent. Directly adjacent to our site on the west is a salvage yard that's there. It's non-conforming, but it is a salvage yard that's directly adjacent. The other properties around are undeveloped, but directly south of our property is actually Walton County's industrial site there, their industrial park. And then this entire area, I have an aerial that I can show you, but this entire area is kind of I'll call it borrow pit row. There's several other borrow pits in this general area. So think it really because the soils are suited for that. So that's why this area is so good for that. But yeah, so we have been through the process. So I've gone through the staff report and in agreement with everything. I think staff did a good job of the review. Other questions?
I know a lot of times here in Walton County, we're concerned about sidewalks. Was that taken into account in making your site analysis?
Yes, so sidewalks are not proposed for this site, primarily because we're not using a public roadway for an access there. It's dirt road. There's nothing to connect to, and we really wouldn't want a lot of pedestrian access there, so we didn't propose it.
Just out of curiosity, what's being extracted?
Sand,
Okay.
dirt, and sand for construction projects. Unless he gets lucky, maybe there'll be gold. Who knows?
And I don't have any other questions at this point for Mr. Jenkins.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
County's perspective.
Okay, great. All right, well, then I will close the evidentiary portion and ask if there is anyone in the audience that wishes to provide public comment on DW Siteworks proposal. And I think all I see is professionals. So hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Anything else you wanted to say in closing?
No, Your Honor.
Then we will close the hearing altogether on DW Sitework. Thank you.
Definitely. I guess, yeah, me and Jamie both. Yeah.
may not rush, I may rush.
Problem of being a procrastinator along the way. So I was telling our kid, that we were gonna everything was apparently due on the 12th, so like no place is accepting toys. So now she told her teacher that we were talking about this, and but now I gotta go take her to get some toys. I gotta find some place to take these toys. No, the 12th. Everything was the 12th.
Cross Point was doing something.
I got some friends that work for
Casual.
nothing to
Got
it.
a little swagger.
Yeah, we were having.
I saw your email.
All right. All right, so let's go back on the record and let's take up agenda item number 6, Luxe Apartments, MAJ 25-000040. And if council would make your appearances for the record.
Brooke Davis on behalf of the county, Your Honor.
Tim Brown, Walton County Planning and Development.
Oh, no, just council first.
And Stephen Tatum on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Davis, you may proceed.
Your Honor, I would call Mr. Tim Brown as a witness.
Okay. All right, Mr. Brown, we haven't heard from you today, right? So you haven't been sworn in, so let me swear you in first. Excuse me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And please state your name for the record.
Tim Brown,
Mr. Brown, where do you work?
Walton County Planning and Development.
And how long have you worked there?
A little over 16 years.
And what's your current job title?
Senior planner.
Mr. Brown, have you testified in this forum as an expert?
Yes.
My recollection was that you were qualified as an expert as in planning as well as the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
And I would ask for a stipulation.
No objection.
All right, so I'm accepting Mr. Brown as an expert in planning, the Walton County Land Development Code, and Comprehensive Plan. You may proceed.
Brown, are you the project manager for the Luxe Apartments that's
Yes.
before us today? Can you take a minute and when did this project, when did the application come in?
I don't believe that information is here, not when it came in.
Okay. My understanding is that this was something that it's taken a couple levels of review to get to this point, though.
Yes, it's been through the Technical Review Committee, the Design Review Board, and the Planning Commission prior to this meeting.
Now, can you give us a little information? The Technical Review Committee, when did that occur?
August 6th,
of this year?
2025.
And what was their recommendation?
They approved it 6-0 to move forward to the design review board.
And then the design review board occurred when?
October 2nd, 2025, they approved it by a vote of 5-0.
Okay. And then planning commission, when did that occur?
November 13th, 2025,
And what was the outcome there?
they approved it or recommended approving it by a vote of 6-0.
Are there any outstanding comments on this project that have come up along the way that have not been addressed?
No.
Oh, let's take a minute and can you explain to us exactly what is this proposal?
Sure. They're applying for a 240-unit apartment complex with clubhouse, pool amenity, public recreational facilities, and associated infrastructure. So they're going to have a gate. So there's going to be a public recreational area in front of the gate, and they'll have signage that says open to the public. In addition, they're going to have a trail that goes from one side of the development to the other, west to east or east to west. It's going to go through the wetlands. It'll be a boardwalk trail, which will also be open to the public, and they'll sign that as well, open to the public.
And when you say public, you're saying anybody, right?
Yes, anybody. They'll have some of their own amenities, like the pool will be and the clubhouse will only be for those people that live there. But these other recreational opportunities are going to be for anyone.
What is the future land use for this site?
Mixed use.
And what's the zoning category?
Village mixed use.
So with those zonings, what exactly from the county's perspective, what does that entail?
If it's over VMU over 3 acres, you have to have a recreational component, and that's what I just described. You're not required to have a commercial component, but if this was a residential project, because we're not looking at it that way with apartments, you would need if it was a commercial project, you would need a residential component in addition to the recreation. But since this is a residential project, only the recreation is required.
And what's the county's definition of the recreation component?
Well, there's not a lot of guidelines in the code. We've done it on a case-by-case basis, but one of the common elements has been a trail. Most of what we've done in VMU over 3 acres, we've done other things, but just about all of these projects has provided some sort of a trail, nature trail or whatever, as part of the recreational component. But we've had other things like a pocket park and picnic tables, covered picnic tables and that kind of thing. But they are required to have some kind of open to the public recreation.
That was my next one. So that recreation component is something that has to be available to the public.
Correct.
And so it sounds like in this particular development, we're talking about 2 different items that are going to fulfill that recreation component.
Correct.
So it does, because of the size or scale or anything of the amount of property to this, does it require 2 components, or why is this 2 different things?
It's VMU over 3 acres. The planning director felt like that the recreational area at the front of the project, fronting Highway 98, wasn't quite sufficient for a project of this size, 240 units. So we worked with the applicant and we decided on this trail. It would go from one side of the project to the other side of the project, and they could have some nature signage, like this tree is a redbud or this shrub is a wax myrtle. So it'll be a nature trail, and the planning director felt like the 2 of them together met that requirement, but there's no solid direction in our land development code. It just says you're required to provide public recreation.
Do these two elements tie together?
In so much as they're accessible by the public, yes, because obviously anything beyond the gate isn't going to be open to the public. It's only for the people that live there. Both of these elements are accessible and available. There's parking that's being provided, so anyone from the public will be able to access it and use it at any time.
Now, since we're talking about a residential use, we're talking about density, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the standard for density for this area?
Well, VMU allows up to 12 units per acre.
And what's the proposal?
They're proposing 9.81, so they're well within the allowable density of VMU.
What about impervious surface and floor area ratio?
So VMU allows 85%, but if you're impacting wetlands, if you're filling them, that portion is subject to 10%. So they have a very minor impact, so that gives their allowable ISR as being 84.6%, so really just under the maximum. They're proposing 31%, so well within the allowance.
So you're saying that there's some wetland impact. Exactly what's the nature of that impact?
Isn't it on the north side? I think it's on the north side of the property.
Is a wetland impact anything more than the trail that's being proposed?
I think it's part of the retention. I believe some of the impact is part of the retention, but the trail, no, I mean, that will be a minimum impact. I mean, they will need an ERP permit from DEP or the Water Management District to do the trail, but a boardwalk is considered minimally invasive as far as the wetland is concerned.
Let's talk a little bit as far as transportation goes. Are there requirements from the county's perspective that need to be imposed in order for this to be compliant with the land development code or comprehensive plan?
Let me check the comment here. Yeah, according to Public Works, trips generated by this proposed project will not have a significant impact on the operation of access roadways and intersections. So it does meet the transportation requirements.
And what about parking on site for those cars?
Yes.
Requirements under the code?
The requirement for apartments is 2 per unit. So that it's 2. But it works out to there's 553 parking spaces, including 9 handicap spaces required under our code. They're providing 455, including 9 handicap spaces. So they're doing 2 over the minimum requirement.
I'm sorry, so you said 553 or 453?
453 is required. They're providing 455.
And because of the area that this is in, is there bicycle accessibility that's required?
Yes, and they're proposing to provide 24 bicycle parking spaces.
Are there any other special requirements for this location that's required under the code?
I don't believe so. I think we've covered everything. I mean, the biggest issue when it comes to VMU over 3 acres is that you provide either if it's commercial, you provide a residential component, And if it's residential or commercial either, you have to provide the public recreation component. So I think we've covered everything.
Will water and sewer be available for the site?
Yes, there is a water and sewer availability letter from regional utilities that identifies it is available.
And in your planning review, the proposed infrastructure, all of the is sufficient to meet the needs of this development?
Yes.
And what about the stormwater management system?
They're doing the 100-year storm. So there's a number of reasons that's required. I don't believe they're impacting a mosquito control ditch, but if you are impacting a mosquito control ditch, you're required to do the 100-year storm. Or if you're in we've identified these areas that flooding is common, and if you're in one of those designated areas, you're required to do the 100-year storm. I'm not sure if they meet either of those criteria, but they are proposing the 100-year storm, which is the maximum that we review. I mean, I don't know if that's the maximum you can only do, but that's under our code. It's either the 25 or the 100-year storm. They're doing the 100-year.
I know we talk in terms shorthand all the time, but 100-year storm, what does that stand for?
The pond will not outfall. It'll raise and outfall under the 100-year storm. So for a 25-year storm, it would not outfall. It would raise up. It would, you'd have more water in it, but it won't outfall and go somewhere else except the 100-year or higher. I mean, we've had 250-year storms and whatnot, but it won't outfall off the site until the 100-year storm.
What is a 100-year storm? That's a shorthand, is what my understanding would be. What's the long version of that word?
Basically, it's a 1% chance. You have 1% chance at any given time. So it's considered to be once every 100 years. But of course, with climate change, we've been having more and more and more 100-year storms are becoming more common. And we did have here, I don't know, 2 years or 3 years ago, whatever, we had what they determined was a 250-year storm, which would be once every 250 years. But basically, it's a 1% chance at any given weather front that you would have a 100-year storm. But it's a lot of rainfall in a very short amount of time.
The standard for Walton County would be?
The standard is 25. The 25-year storm is standard. Like I said, if you're impacting a mosquito control ditch, you're required to do the 100-year. If you're in these designated areas that we've identified that flooding is a problem and is common, you also have to do the 100-year storm. But some developers just do it to bring their project to a higher standard. It's not required. They just voluntarily do it because it minimizes the probability of any kind of flooding in the future.
Is there a sidewalk that's required for this site?
Yes, they do have to have a sidewalk fronting their property on Highway 98.
And is that proposed?
It is.
Is there anything else under the Walton County Land Development Code or Comprehensive Plan that's required in order for this project to be consistent?
Well, there are other elements that we review, but it's in compliance with all of our review criteria under our Land Development Code. I mean, we haven't discussed every single element, but it is compliant with every single element. that's part of the review that we do.
You had the opportunity to prepare a staff report on this,
Yes,
and that takes into account multiple different areas of expertise and compiling the staff report. Is that right?
correct.
And in that, you've also prepared a proposed final order.
I have, yes.
Do those documents, do they include conditions for approval to make sure that this project is consistent with the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan?
Yes, we have 24 conditions. There's 24 conditions of approval for this project.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Tatum?
No questions, Your Honor.
Well, thank you.
I would ask to enter the staff report with the attachments and inserts as County's Exhibit 1.
All right. Thank you. All right, so admitted. All right, Mr. Tatum.
For the record, Stephen Tatum on behalf of the applicant. I'm going to go ahead and call up rather than doing an intro, because I think we've already gone through that. Call up our expert engineer, Mr. Jamie Eubanks. He's already been qualified today, I believe, as an expert in the Land Development Code, Comprehensive Plan, and Civil Engineering. So that's what we would tender him as for this purpose.
And Mr. Eubanks, I'll just remind you, you remain under oath. I don't need to swear you in again. And I'm accepting him as an expert in civil engineering as well as the Walton County Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, thank you. Mr. Eubanks, were you primarily responsible for preparing the plan for the Luxe Apartments?
I was.
Okay. If you would, please just give us a general overview of what the site consists of and what your design incorporates.
Sure. I think obviously Mr. Brown did a great job of laying most things out, but it's a 240 unit apartment complex. The entire site is actually a little over 24 acres. We are only utilizing essentially the south 13 acres of that. The rear half is primarily wetlands that aren't being touched. There is a small wetland impact that county staff alluded to. Of the 9.5 acres of wetlands, we have about a 0.13 impact. And that is there's one isolated pocket of wetland by itself that was about 0.05 acres. And then there's a small impact for the boardwalk area and the stormwater area. So very minimal impacts in that regard. As Mr. Brown alluded to, we have two uses that are open to the public as part of the village mixed use requirements. We have a park that's give or take half an acre. And then we have a trail system that kind of circles the entire perimeter of the site. It's about 3/4 of a mile long. Both of those do tie together. The trail itself ties to state land on the east, state land on the west, as well as county public right-of-way to the north to facilitate any future expansion for those entities. And it does tie to the sidewalk along US 98 as well. Staff just went through stormwater. It does meet and exceed the requirements. As Mr. Brown mentioned, we did a traffic analysis that they alluded to. We also worked with DOT on the specific entrance location. We are directly across from a median cut, so we worked with them and discussed with them where they would like that, and that's why the entrance is where it is. So,
just a couple other questions. You alluded to a traffic impact analysis just now. Was that prepared by your office?
It was.
And was that reviewed by the city, by the county?
Yes.
And did they have any issues? Was there any problems with our traffic impact analysis?
No, they deemed it concurrent.
Okay. And was an environmental analysis submitted?
It was.
Project? All right. And was there any endangered species or preservation areas?
No.
All right. That's all I've got, Your Honor.
Ms. Davis, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Eubanks. All right, does the applicant have anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I will open the public hearing on Luxe Apartments, MAJ 25-000040. I will note for the record that there is no public present in the room, so I will also close the public hearing. Indicate that there were no public comments on this particular application. Anything further from either party?
Not from the county, Your Honor.
Okay. Then we are adjourned unless there's any, okay, we're adjourned. And then